Yo ho, it's Baldy-in-Chief for you. It is Tuesday, the 29th of April, 2025. I am Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We've had severe storms ongoing for a couple hours now, but we're starting to see some indications we are about to switch into a rambunctious mode. So even though we have no tornado warnings as of yet being the key operative word of the day, we will begin our live severe weather coverage for this, the 29th of April. If it was May, it would have made a great rhyme, but it's not. Give it a month. Let's go ahead and get started. Here's an overview of the situation. We had some hailers move through Lubbock about 45 minutes ago. That brought up to 2-inch diameter size hail to Lubbock. That's unfortunate for y'all. That storm is gone, but we do note additional storms trying to fire up southwest of town, moving to the northeast. Lubbock, you're going to get a couple rounds of storms over the next few days, so just because you're done now, don't think you're done completely. We got some storms well east of Fort Stockton now. Those storms did bring hail to the Fort Stockton area a bit earlier because Fort Stocktoning is a thing, and it happens every day. These storms generally extend from east of Crane there on Highway 385 down to McCamey to west of Aran. And those are moving off to the east at about 15 miles an hour. The storms we're going to be watching in the short term for the highest potential of producing significant severe weather are these little fellas here, east of Lubbock out in West Texas. You can see we've got a pretty nasty looking supercell northwest of Aspermont. We got a line of supercells dropping up to tennis ball size hail, 70 mile an hour winds, and oh yeah, flooding rainfall from just southwest of Spur down to Post. Post had tennis ball size hail with the storm east of town now, just about 10 minutes ago, to just northeast of La Mesa. Speaking of storms, let's go ahead and take a peek at Storm Chaser extraordinaire Adam Lucio. He is on this storm that is near Aspermont, and we'll go ahead and we're going to stop playing with the super duper awesome blossom loopy doopy mode of radar. We're going to take a look at the storm now, and then for those of you wondering, we're going to be here all day and evening. We'll take a look at the timeline for this evening just to give y'all a estimation of what's going to be going on. So we're live on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. The Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. For all intents and purposes, they're the same thing. We just do weather stuff on a channel named after me to keep it separate from the storm chasing stuff. But when we actually have, tornado coverage ongoing, we will be on all the channels. So we're going to switch over to the high-res radar out of Lubbock. And you can see this spooky-looking storm northwest of Aspermont's doing some hooky-dooky things. And as it continues to move to the north, the potential exists that is going to be producing a tornado. So you can see on radar, clearly this thing has an attitude, well-defined supercell. This is well north of Aspermont. Right now it's moving due north. It's moving north towards Guthrie, but we'll see if it's going to keep moving north. We'll switch over to the which way the winds blow mode. You can see this storm is rotating, and it is in proximity to an outflow boundary, which could increase the potential this eventually produces a tornado. So we're just keeping an eye on it right now. And in fact, I'll do this. Let's pull up some video for y'all. We're looking at Adam Lucio's dash cam in the top right box, but I could show you an actual video he just sent from his driver's side window. That's the Aspermont storm right now. You can see pretty big base. It's rotating, but the question is there enough low-level wind shear yet to support a tornado threat with this? Low-level wind shear right now is not the strongest, but it does have the potential for maybe producing a tornado. We'll see. So that's from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. Back southwest, east of Post. Now, these storms are interesting. These should be just north of an outflow boundary, which should be keeping them slightly elevated. But I'm not going to lie. These storms that are, extending from La Mesa to east of Post, they're rotating. This stuff east of Post has been rotating like mad now for quite a while. The potential exists, sure. We might get a tornado out of this at some point, but we're just going to have to wait and see. Hail? Oh, yeah, this thing's dropping big hail. Tennis balls at least.
A core punch must be done in order to play this. So hopefully it ain't chucking softballs in the forward flank.
So we are going to see what this does. All right, so we've shown you what's going on right now, and we're at the onset of this event. I realize it's only 3:19 p.m. We're kind of starting early today compared to last week, but let's go ahead. Let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. So we're going to take a look just to give a timeline of what we expect going into this evening and overnight. And the first thing we're going to look at is just to see how well this model is doing right now with storms, because if it's doing badly now, well, there's a good chance it's going to be doing dookie mode later. It's doing okay. I mean, it's not doing the greatest, but I mean, at least it's got the storms out in West Texas. So we're going to go ahead and loop this model from 4 p.m. through 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. We're going to let the data load. And I'll make sure y'all can actually see the timestamp. So you can see this is the model at 4 p.m. Why does my computer say it? Oh, there we go. So yeah, I just said 3:20, didn't I? It's actually 4:20. But here you can see, guess what? We're going to have storms moving, multiple rounds of storms moving across West Texas, the Big Country, Texoma, Northwest Texas, even North Texas this evening, parts of the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley. So understand, we're going to have multiple rounds of storms this evening. Big Country, Northwest Texas, Texoma, and West Texas. We don't talk about it a lot. I don't talk about it enough. Flooding is a big, big threat tonight out here. Understand, most of y'all have already had a bunch of heavy rain the last few days, so someone could get another 10 inches of rain tonight. If you end up under like 4 of these heavy moving storms, you're going to get like 10 inches of rain tonight. And understand, that will cause big flooding. So flooding, a lot of street flooding, quick rises on creek streams, and understand the rivers around Wichita Falls. We've been looking at forecast. I'll pull up some forecast here in a bit, but we're looking at major river flooding out there around Wichita Falls. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. Let's go ahead and go back to the radar. I think we're maybe getting closer to tornado genesis with this storm north of Aspermont. Let me check. And for what it's worth, we'll put this on the screen real quick. This is Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. He is on this storm north of Aspermont. The Wichita River and the Kickapoo River around Wichita Falls. Yeah, we'll actually show flood graphs in just a second to show. But Storm Chaser Adam Lucio, Jenny Brown, they're on the storm north of Aspermont. This storm should... Actually, it turned right, didn't it? Uh-oh. I'll tell you why it's an uh-oh in a second. But the base is going to be coming into view from the left shortly. And I'll show you what it looks like out his driver's side window.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
Y'all let me know if you could hear that. You should. This is storm out the driver's side window. So you can see pretty gnarly storm, pretty nasty storm. And that's this storm north of Aspermont. So let's go ahead and show you some activity farther west, and then I'll show you a loop. But right now you can see this storm's been moving north-northeast. It actually has split. So south of Guthrie, north of Aspermont, this storm's actually moving more to the east now. Very, very slow. Could place places like eventually Benjamin and Knox City under the threat if it ends up becoming a significant issue. Ooh, we're going to play this. Here's a video and a time lapse from Storm Chaser Jenny Brown. And I'll make this full screen real quick, or at least larger. This is the storm north of Guthrie. South of Guthrie, north of Aspermont. And you could see a time lapse of that beautiful thunderstorm. You can see how it moves in from the west, materializes, organizes, and matures. And what you're looking at there is the wonder of nature. I better not get a copyright strike for that. A pretty big rotating wall cloud. But it's not super organized right now. It's definitely increasing in intensity, though, this thunderstorm is. We're seeing a lot of heavy rain, wind, hail. That is a beautiful shot from Storm Chaser Jenny Brown. All right, I'm going to turn this light down a little. Demon light, demon light. All right. So let me play a loop for this, and I'll show you what this is doing over the last half hour. And we'll take a look at all these storms, including the one down in Pecos County. This doesn't have warnings on it. So you can see storm north of Aspermont moving slowly to the northeast. And then this activity that is from northeast to La Mesa to Post to Spur, also moving east-northeast with very heavy rain, large hail, and some mid-level rotation. A lot of wind probably getting kicked out of that as well. You can also see, if I zoom out like a good little Baldy-in-Chief, some additional activity developing back from near Loveland down to sundown. We'll have to keep an eye on that. And we're starting to see some thunderstorm development all the way down towards the Permian Basin. So heads up, those of y'all in Big Spring down to Midland, Odessa, your storms have begun developing, and if they continue in their happy rambunctious mode, they could eventually end up becoming severe, with a threat of large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, lightning, and, oh yes, blowing dust from said thunderstorm winds. We'll go ahead and take a look at the magical super duper awesome blossom radar for Midland. You can see they're developing so far. There's not really even any hail yet, but the potential certainly exists for these to produce hail and strong winds going down the road. And then down here, way down on I-10 from, well, at least to Fort Stockton, David can stand to turn up his gain very well. You asked for it. Microphone volume's going up in a second. Be afraid. All right. Now, if I could get Windows to stop turning it down, that'd be great. All right, so let me see. Problem is, if I click this button,
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett County in Texas.
it's Baldy-in-Chief time. Guess what? Y'all wanted audio? Merry Christmas. You got audio. I may have blown your speakers out, but at least the audio works now. Apologies. When it turns out you play with some microphone settings, it tends to mute the whole thing. So, my apologies for that, ladies and gentlemen. Guess what? We're back. There. Now we have echo cancellation too. So, hope you like that. I'll try switching back to the Yeti. And the Yeti's probably going to be a little less loud, but on the bright side, it is at least a bit higher acuity and quality. So, hello, hello. It's a brand new day. I'm still here, and I hope you're okay. All right, so back down here into the Edwards Plateau. And parts of Southwest Texas, from McCamey down to east of Fort Stockton on I-10, west of Highway 190, where it hits I-10, west of Iran. Those storms moving off to the east at about 20 miles an hour, the potential for quarter-2 golf ball size hail, damaging straight line winds, and heavy rainfall with lightning. Those storms again, the potential for large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rainfall. Thunderstorms quickly developing now just northwest of Odessa up to Gardendale. Those could become severe soon if they continue to materialize, with the potential for very heavy rain, large hail, and damaging wind gusts. Otherwise, nothing severe right now in the Permian Basin. The same can't be said out here in the magical land of West Texas. All right, let me see if we can't fix some of this. I'm going to try my hardest to set this chat window to sit in the box over here so I can monitor this chat. All right. So, here's what we have in West Texas.
Okay, the area of interest is past the road. It's a big.
Now, so thunderstorms do continue to move northeast from Post to Spur west of Jayden to now south of Guthrie. These storms are moving off to the east-northeast at about 25 to 30 miles an hour. The potential for hail up to the size of tennis balls. And damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Good news is, for the moment, none of these storms are tornadic. Now, I know they show some spooky wind signatures, and I'll switch to the radar down here. It's a little further away, but it's from a different angle. It may give a good view. This storm north of Aspermont now, circulation's on or just east of Highway 83. It's going to be moving northeast now towards, well, pretty much for all intent and purposes, Benjamin and areas just west of Benjamin, northwest of Knox City. This storm should be north of an outflow boundary, barely, which is keeping the tornado threat pretty low for now, but otherwise it has the potential of being mischievous. All right, I need to make sure. Real quick. All right. So this storm is moving up towards areas west of Benjamin. Eventually, it's going to be crossing probably near.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Dickens and Kent County in Texas.
All right, I'm going to turn that up. Or try to turn that up. Make sure the audio is playing over the computer. So let me check real quick, and I will make sure this is going to be playing audio well. And again, welcome to live streams. We have no tornado warnings right now, so we're doing okay, which is why we're taking a little bit of a leisurely approach to this. All right, that needs to be playing. Computer audio. We're just going to hopefully have that play normally. I'll turn this gain up a little bit. Actually, you know what? Let's just use auto gain control. And if it explodes, it explodes. But if it does, hopefully it at least does so in a fashion of fireworks and spectacular behavior. All right, so hey, hi, ho. My name is David Reimer, and it is Tuesday, the 29th of April, 2025. And we are monitoring thunderstorms across parts of West Texas this afternoon. We've got a couple nasty ones moving across west central Texas, now east of Lubbock. We'll go ahead and take a look at each of these storms, let you know what's going on. Then we'll take a look at the expectations as we go into this evening. This first one off to the east is going to be just south of the city of Guthrie now, just east of Highway 83, moving off to the east, east-northeast at about 15 miles an hour. The potential for this to produce tennis ball size hail, damaging winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour, and perhaps a tornado or two as it moves off to the east-northeast. It's producing crazy amounts of lightning as it does so. So eventually that may end up near the city of Benjamin out here in portions of Knox County. Those of you who were with us last May may remember we were tracking tornadoes near Ford City and Truscott the afternoon before the evening event unfolded out near Sainer, Valley View, Montague County, out towards the northern DFW Metroplex around Aubrey to Salina to Anna Melissa. Hopefully we're not doing that today. Back southwest we go. What we'll end up with, who knows? We know flash flood warnings in effect for Spur, Post, and Jayden in portions of Kent, Garza, and Dickens counties. These thunderstorms, as I switch back to the Lubbock radar for a better look, are going to be moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. These are north of an outflow boundary, so surface temperatures are mostly in the 60s out here, but there is still plenty of juice or instability aloft that has the potential to support quite a bit of large hail. Now, these things are spinning like tops aloft, but the low levels out here for now remain too stable to support much of a tornado threat. Now, it's not a guarantee to stay that way. We'll keep a close eye on it just in case. But the potential certainly exists that we might be doing some tornado coverage at some point. For now, though, these are big hail makers and big wind makers and a lot of rain. We have storm chasers out there. We'll be keeping an eye out for their live feeds. But right now, they're repositioning to give us a better view of what's going on. So, Jayden, you're about to get in on some pretty nasty hail. Wouldn't want to be on Highway 70 between Spur and Jayden right now. We expect flooding on Highway 70. Highway, what is that? 208. And it's just not a nice time to be out traveling for sure. We got a report of baseball-sized hail falling on Highway 83 now, south of Guthrie, north of Aspermont. That's going to be from storm chaser Aaron Rigsby. Good friend, very good storm chaser, so I believe that wholeheartedly. So again, we have baseball-sized hail with this thunderstorm moving towards the city of Benjamin up here in Knox County. No travel is recommended on Highway 82 between Guthrie and Benjamin unless you like taking baseballs to your vehicle. Unless you're a storm chaser, and some storm chasers are still too wise to do it, You don't want baseball-sized hail hitting your vehicle. It's just it's not a great thing to have happen. Back southwest we go, where we'll end up, probably the Permian Basin. Southwest of Post, down to northeast of La Mesa.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Crane, Pecos, and Upton County in Texas.
All right, so let me go ahead and see if I can't switch the audio feed for that. I'm going to try to make that audio feed louder. And we'll see if I'm able to. I just turned it up more, so hopefully the warnings will be a little louder next time. Southwest of Post to La Mesa to Ackerley, all the way down to the north sides of Midland and Odessa, the potential for large hail, damaging winds with developing thunderstorms over the next hour. As much as I would love to play Tetris right now, phone, I don't think the people watching the live stream would appreciate that very much. Okay, well, that's from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio, and that's also on the same storm we just said had baseball-sized hail on that highway. So, ladies and gentlemen, in today's magical place of situational awareness, the motorcyclist driving into baseball-sized hail clearly does not have any. So, this is where you can come into handy. If by chance you know anyone down in the areas we're talking about and you know they're traveling or live out there, you might want to shoot them a text and let them know, hey, don't be like the motorcyclist and drive in the baseball-sized hail. Down here on Interstate 10 to southeast of McCamey, west of Iran on Highway 190, the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds and tennis ball-size hail. Those storms are moving east at about 15 miles an hour. They're moving much slower than the storms up in West Texas, which are capable of producing, wow, big hail, but are also moving at 30 miles an hour. All right, let's take a look at the statewide view. We're going to take a look at the super duper awesome blossom. Hey, I can make up marketing idioms too. High resolution rapid refresh radar. And to do that, I need to change some buttons up here. So, all right, let me do this. Chat. Nope. Yep. So what I'm going to do is I am going to stick this up here. And hopefully with some magic, well, nope. Boy, technology and I just don't get along. Okay, so now I have a way to watch YouTube chat. Hi, YouTube. Good to see you. I finally got a way to monitor the chat in a, well, good situational awareness sort of way. Jason, if you're with me, and I'm sure you are, and if not, I'm sorry, keep an eye on that thing northwest of Jayden. I'm not sure what that is, if that's a legit signature or if that is not, but we may have a tornado warning coming shortly just north of Jayden out in eastern portions of Kent County. Before that happens, let's take a look at the high resolution rapid refresh radar. And the reason the map is showing those cities like that is I've got the population filtering turned off. So here, I'll do this. There you go. Big cities. All right, so let's switch back. We're going to loop this out from, we'll do 5 p.m. through 8 a.m. tomorrow. And while this loads, I just want to take the opportunity to say thank you to all those joining us this afternoon. If you like our coverage here, hey, thank you so much. You can watch live storm chasing video on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. Rian, thank you. Ben, that is actually a great tip. Thank you. Rian, thank you for that. So, thanks everybody for tuning in this afternoon. My name's David Reimer. I'm nicknamed Baldy-in-Chief because, well, I'm bald and I'm the owner boss man here at Texas Storm Chasers. So Baldy-in-Chief sounded appropriate and it kind of stuck. We're monitoring storms out here in Texas this afternoon. And what we're going to be doing is keeping an eye on things through the evening. We have no tornado warnings right now, and hopefully it stays that way, but I think we probably will have to deal with some tornado issues going into this evening. If it's not too much of an inconvenience for you, if you could, it absolutely free, hit that like button. That really helps us here on YouTube. It shows the magical people at YouTube that, hey, you know what? This guy's actually pretty good, and some other people might like to watch what he's doing. So that's all that does, and that's why so many people on YouTube ask you to hit the like button. That's just a big help with the algorithm. Trade secret. And if you haven't already, feel free to click subscribe. We put weather forecasting videos out every day. Rain or shine, we do this live severe weather coverage, and I'll give you a hint. We're going to be doing a lot more of it over the next 10 days. We typically do this for tornado warnings in Texas, but we also do it for, just storms like this. And in case I've missed anything, I do want to say thank you to all those who have been sending super chats or have become members here over the last week. We really do appreciate it. We're never going to charge for tornado coverage. Look, we don't do the commercial breaks, every 8 minutes or something where you have an ad pop up. We don't do that here. This is commercial free coverage once you get in the video. And, we appreciate, the super chats, all that, because it helps us pay the bills, honestly. I mean, seriously, I cannot tell you how much I've spent on computers and equipment over the years. I'll give you a little technical behind the scenes while we play this. I am actually right now in Maryland for about another 2 weeks. The coverage you're watching is me utilizing a remote camera feed and microphone and studio setup into my main rig back home with, all its 10 monitors. I'm actually connected to that and am streaming everything through that. The video latency you're seeing for me right now through the radar is less than about a second. And there's hardly any latency going out from the mainstream you're watching now because fiber. So, and all our storm chasers, you're watching their feeds. Data's expensive. Some of them are using Starlink. So just want to say thank you to all those who have been sending in super chats. And you know what? If you're able to do that, we definitely appreciate it. At the same time, we definitely appreciate it if you're able to hit that like button. And we're glad we can be a useful source of information here on the magical land of YouTube. So thank you, Craig, for that very generous super chat. We definitely appreciate it. All right, so this is what model data looks like tonight. And as you can see, guess what? It's going to storm a lot, going from West Texas, Northwest Texas, the big country, even parts of the Permian Basin, Texoma, North Texas, though it looks like most of this will stay north of DFW through much of the night. We are going to see multiple rounds of very heavy rain, very big hail, and strong winds in Northwest Texas, Texoma tonight. So big hail, big wind, but also a really significant threat of flooding. The flooding risk is high tonight. We think we're going to have a lot of flooded roadways. We already have rivers around Wichita Falls that'll be going into major flood stage over the next couple of days. And the rain tonight is not going to help. So again, Wichita Falls, you're going to get way too much rain tonight. We're going to have a lot of flooding, unfortunately, it looks like, all the way probably from Lubbock through Childress, maybe Abilene up to Wichita Falls, maybe even towards I-35 in Gainesville, southern Oklahoma. So we're going to have to keep a very close eye on things tonight for severe thunderstorms and the potential for damaging winds and hail. All right, so let's go ahead and keep an eye on the sky here. We'll switch back over to the radar. And here's a look at the satellite. Just to show you how cool that looks as storms have developed this afternoon. Now we'll take a look at the radar over the last, I'll knock this down to an hour. And again, we are going to be monitoring storms down there in the Permian Basin. Up into West Texas, you can see we've got activity from Post east on Highway 380 to near Jayden to now pretty much southeast of Guthrie, moving towards western parts of Knox County. And those storms up here from Post over to north of Aspermont, southeast of Guthrie, those are going to be the strongest. We've got some pretty strong hail cores capable of producing tennis ball to baseball size hail. And these storms are also producing probably 60 to 70 mile an hour winds. There is maybe a threat we may have to deal with a tornado or two with this activity over the next couple of hours. So we definitely are going to have to keep a close eye on things here. And the potential exists. We may be doing some tornado coverage at some point. And as you saw in that data earlier, there's a decent chance these storms eventually will be making their way further east towards places like Haskell, Seymour, Vernon, Wichita Falls, Archer City to Graham over the next few hours. So we're definitely going to have to keep a very close eye on that. Thank you, Happy Forest Trees, for your very generous donation. That was very kind of you, and we appreciate it. Chat, let's make sure to thank everybody as well. So that is what we are looking at here in terms of storms. Now, what we're going to do for a few minutes, since we have no tornado warnings, I want to refill my water bottle before things get busier.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Knox County in Texas.
So let me fix this real quick. And thank you, Tracy Norris, for your generous super chat. Hope all is going well down the magical land of Brownwood. So what we're going to do is we're going to take about an 8-minute break, and we are going to refill our magical water bottle, which isn't really magical, but it is at least water. And we'll be back here with continuous severe weather coverage at 5 p.m. Sooner if necessary. Y'all are going to get to enjoy a few minutes of nice, relaxing, happy music and weather warnings. But worry not, stream's not going anywhere. We'll just be back here in a couple of minutes. Stay tuned. Thank you, Robert, for that generous super chat. We definitely appreciate it. We'll be back in just a couple minutes, y'all. Right, hey y'all, I am back. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. Some breaking news now coming out of areas just northwest of Jayden. We have a report of softball-size hail near Girard, Girard, up on Highway 70 northwest of Jayden. That's going to be with this nasty storm. In fact, looking at some Twitter reports, we actually have hail that is larger than 5 inches in diameter now with a storm southeast of Guthrie. So the storm out here that is southeast of Guthrie on 82, storm chasers are finding DVD-size hail on the ground. So these storms out here are producing softball to DVD-size hail. That is 4 to 5 inches in diameter. That is nasty big hail, and that will ruin your day. So again, destructive severe thunderstorm warnings now issued for softball-size hail out here with these storms southeast of Spur to Jayden. You can see that here, observed softball-size hail. It is now 4:59 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer with continuing live severe weather coverage here on the super-duper awesome blossom Texas Weather Center YouTube channel. Those of you wondering why we don't do it on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel for all the time, well, We haven't for the last about year as an experiment. We are going to start again tomorrow, so you'll be able to watch coverage on both this channel and the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. But most of the regular weather content, the day-to-day forecast, will be on the channel you're watching this on right now. All right, let's continue on. So again, these storms from Jayden up to west of Benjamin, 4 to 5 inch diameter hail. That is a softball to DVD size hail. You can see this storm near Jayden, we've got observed hail up to 4 inches in diameter. We've got a 4-inch diameter hailstone observed near Gerard in Kent County by the Kent County Sheriff's Office. At least baseball size hail reported by a storm chaser out here on Highway 83, and it looks like another chaser is reporting DVD size hail. That's 5 inches in diameter. So this is a thunderstorm capable of producing 5-inch diameter hail. And that is a big, bad, very mad, spaghetti-o sort of an event. So, ouch. So again, these storms capable of producing 5-inch diameter size hail. That is DVD size, CD size. If you don't know what that is, Google it. Google is an amazing search engine that can let you Google it. So, 70-mile-an-hour winds, and guess what? These storms are off to the east-northeast of 30 miles an hour, which means those of you in Benjamin, guess what? You're getting hit by hail soon. In fact, we'll turn on the super duper storm track mode, and we'll see what's going to happen here. Here you go. Actually, that's not what I wanted to do. That is, though. Let me make sure we're on the right radar. We're trying to use the closest radar, but honestly, that's fine. So, let's hit this magical button. This storm's moving east at about 20 miles an hour. Has a history of producing DVD-sized hail. That's 5 inches in diameter. Back near Highway 83, south of Guthrie. The storm is moving towards Knox County, towards the city of Benjamin. If this first storm doesn't make it to you, worry not, because the second one's high on its tail, whatever the idiom is. And this one is producing softball-sized hail. We've got softball-sized hail back on Highway 70 near Gerard. There on Highway 70, northwest of Jayden, southeast of Spur. That storm is moving off to the east at a faster 30 miles an hour and is going to be crossing over Highway 83, south of Guthrie at around 5:40 to 5:45 p.m. with the potential of softball-size hail. These storms will continue to move east, and this one north of Jayden is probably going to be the one that manages to try to make a run all the way across northwest Texas and Texoma this evening. We're seeing some pretty strong indications in super-duper model land that these storms are going to be long track, meaning as this continues, all these storms are probably going to make it across northwest Texas into Texoma. What does that mean for you? Well, here's a hint. There's a pretty good chance those of you up here in northwest Texas, Texoma, are going to have an issue with these later. And yes, they're going to be producing hail, strong winds, heavy rain, tornado threats low. But guess what? If that's not enough, there's more. We got more storms developing tonight in these same areas that are going to produce more hail, more wind, and yes, way too much rainfall. In fact, let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And guess what? It's not going to be what I typically show you, because we're going to show you how much rain this model thinks is going to fall tonight. So to do that, I had to press some different buttons. Buttons. And if you enjoy the random David-isms, Baldy-in-Chief isms, hey, guess what? We appreciate those super chats. It's what happens when I get all overstimulated. So let's take a look at how much rain this model thinks is going to fall tonight. So I need to press some buttons. You're going to see some random data for a second. All right, so I'm just going to show you a guesstimation of how much rain this model thinks is going to fall going into tomorrow morning. Oops. Let me zoom out. Hey, stop drawing. Thank you. And I'm going to just let this play. And once it's done playing and showing cool animations, I will actually pause it at the end, and we'll do some data queries to show you just how much rain is going to fall. But if it makes you feel better, those of you in the big country, West Central Texas, Northwest Texas, and Texoma, guess what? You're going to flood tonight. And guess what? Some of you are going to flood quite badly. The potential exists for rainfall amounts over 6 inches in spots out here tonight. This latest run of the HER is showing rainfall amounts of 4 to 6 inches from Abilene to Breckenridge up towards Wichita Falls, Bowie, Vernon, Seymour. Now, let me be clear. This is a model. Models are not always right. They are probably going to be off a bit in location and amounts, but it is clear to say someone up here is probably going to get 6 to 8 inches of rain tonight, and we note there's southwest to Wichita Falls. Guess what? 6.5 inches of rain. Wichita Falls, 5 inches tonight, which means you're going to flood. Street flooding, highway flooding. Streams are going to flood out of their banks. Roadside bar ditches are not going to be roadside bar ditches. They're just going to cover the whole road and be fast flowing. Fields, guess what? You're going to have a new lake. Those lakes are going to flood roads. And we already are going to have river flooding up here over the next few days. So we're going to have to talk about significant to major river flooding around Wichita Falls. Those flood waves are going to move downstream rivers into North Texas, Texoma, DFW over the next week. So there's that. Oh, and if that wasn't enough, here, let's just load out model data. I'm just going to take us out through 48 hours through Thursday. Guess what? While this shows a slightly different solution in terms of locations, guess what? It drops a foot of rain around Wichita Falls down to Olney, Graham, Northwest Texas, Western North Texas. It's going to flood. Oh, and if that wasn't enough, I'm just going to load the latest global forecast system data. Give me just a second, and then we'll get back to the business of tracking storms. We have no tornado warnings right now, so don't think I'm, ignoring tornadoes. We're not. We got hail. Plenty of hail. Now, let me switch over to this. And you can see this is a lower definition model, not as high res. It's showing some slightly different data. Well, guess what? Let's just take it through. I'm just going to go out a week. It's going to rain across Texas, ladies and gentlemen. The dry spell is coming to an end, at least for some of y'all. Now, for some of y'all, the dry spell ended a while ago, but guess what? The whole state outside of the borderland, west of the Guadalupe Mountains through the Trans-Pecos, El Paso, you look to stay dry. Everyone else in Texas, guess what? It's going to rain over the next week, probably. And some of y'all are going to get a lot of rain with flooding concerns. We're really concerned tonight about Northwest Texas, Texoma, and the big country. Tomorrow, it'll be North Texas, Northeast Texas, and Texoma. And if I can find the flood outlook graphics, I will show you real quick. I don't know if I actually have those made. And if I don't, shame on me. I don't think I do. Wow. Well, that's a big bad, very mad. But guess what? I'll just switch you back to our statewide view, and I'll show you the flood graphics. I'll clear the data off the map. And while there's no upper key here, you can see, guess what? Here's your flood graphic. It's your traffic light situation. Guess what? Northwest Texas, the big country, West Central Texas, Texoma, up into Oklahoma. Significant threat of flooding tonight into tomorrow morning. But wait, there's more. Let's go into Wednesday and Wednesday night. We're going to flood in North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas. It's going to flood. And if you thought that wasn't enough, well, good news. Here's Thursday. Not as scary. Thursday may actually be a less active day. Friday, guess what? We've already got a risk of flooding from the Permian Basin, West Texas, the Edwards Plateau, the Rio Grande Plains, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, North Texas, Central Texas, the Hill Country, South Central Texas, the Coastal Plains, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, the Piney Woods of East Texas, the Toledo Bend Reservoir. And then here's Saturday. Oh, we're doing it again, except this time it includes the Big Bend, the Rio Grande Valley, the coastal plains, deep South Texas, the Rio Grande Plains, South Central Texas, South Texas, the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, the Permian Basin, into the Trans-Pecos and the Big Bend, and rain and thunderstorm chances continue beyond that into next week. So, welcome to the stormy times. Kind of reminds you of last May, except we're not dealing with, EF3 to EF4 tornadoes every day. Thank heavens. Nevertheless, some of us need rain desperately, and, well, even though it's going to be too much rain, it's still going to be needed to fill up the reservoirs. So, here is the radar over the last 2 hours. You can see we've got storms, we've got rain, we've got hail, we've got clouds, and the clouds actually look pretty cool. You can see as thunderstorms develop, and then their amble blow-off moves east across the state. That's pretty cool. Strongest storms right now extend from near Jayden up to Guthrie, east on Highway 82 to just west of Benjamin. These storms have a history of producing softball to DVD size hail. Baseball to softball size hail is definitely a good bet. We've got storms firing up over La Mesa pretty quickly. Those are moving more northeast right now up Highway 87 towards O'Donnell. There could be some quarter to golf ball size hail with that. And then we've got that storm east of Bakersfield on I-10, moving east on Highway 190. That's crossing over Highway 349. And that could have the potential of golf ball size hail to tennis ball size hail, along with wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. So let's take a look and see. We've got a new storm going up now south of Floyd Data. Almost wonder if we're about to get storm development back in Lubbock again. Let's take a look at the satellite. I'm going to switch us over to a different mode. I'm going to switch the satellite to a high-res updating version of this. This is actually a 1-minute update. So I'm just going to knock this down to the last half hour because there's a new frame every 60 seconds. I just want to see what we're doing out here. As you can see, the satellite actually updates more frequently than the radar data. That's how fast this is. Looking to see if we've got anything. We have no indications of thunderstorms trying to develop or towering cumulus near Lubbock right now. You can see the closest thing is north of Rawls there. Otherwise, we still have some low stratus back in Lubbock itself. Y'all got pummeled by that hail earlier, but skies are starting to clear out in Lubbock again. So, well, good for y'all, at least in that regard. Otherwise, here's a view of the state. In fact, I'll do this. Let's just loop this. I'm going to try to loop this as far back as I can, and this is going to show you the really high-res satellite data over the last couple hours. I'll switch it to what we call true color, where you can see what it looks like, just, well, true color mode. I'll knock some of these cities down. And here's what it looks like. And I'll even turn the radar data off. It's the wonder of nature, seeing towering thunderstorms. You can see the humid air mass across the eastern half of Texas, those fair weather cumulus bubbling up in the afternoon heat. You can see thunderstorms exploding across West Texas, down into the Permian Basin, northern Mexico. We'll have to keep an eye on that activity in northern Mexico to see if it's going to move into the Edwards Plateau near Del Rio later. You can see storms west of Lubbock. Really is fun to look at, isn't it? I'll switch us back to the day cloud convection mode. This just shows us the different elevations of the clouds. It's a little easier to tell what are your very tall thunderstorm clouds versus lower level clouds. There you go. I'll put the radar back on as an overlay. And you can see, compared to where the clouds are, how small the storms seem in comparison. But that's just because all the cloud debris, anvils being blown off of the thunderstorms being blown east-northeast by the upper-level jet stream winds. These storms are 50 to 60,000 feet tall. So the winds, the cloud debris, all that is being blown northeast, hundreds of miles away from where the thunderstorms are right now. It's the wonder of nature, but alas, enough Baldy-in-Chief having nerd time with thunderstorms. Let's get back to looking at the high-res data. We'll switch over. Let me see which radar is actually closest to these storms. The reason we want to see where the closest radar is, it just allows us to see the low levels of the thunderstorms better. It gives us a better idea of what is going on. It looks like the radar here is going to be a good shot. So here is the thunderstorm approaching Benjamin on Highway 380. Now, let me turn off some different modes. I'll turn some city labels back on to get as much data as possible. And here you go. This first storm is on Highway 380. Softball size hail. This one actually dropped DVD size hail back on Highway 83 south of Guthrie earlier. This storm is 12 miles west of Benjamin, moving east at 25 miles an hour. This storm has produced 5-inch size hail back on Highway 83 earlier. This storm is moving east-northeast at 20 with the possibility of 70-mile-an-hour winds, softball to DVD size hail, and tornado can't be ruled out. And it is moving towards Benjamin. Storm behind it is actually going to overtake it. It's moving faster. The storm just west of west of Benjamin's moving at about 20 miles an hour. The storm coming up to Highway 83 south of Guthrie is moving at 30 to the east-northeast. So eventually, well, Benjamin, you're just not in a good place right now. If you're in Benjamin, you should be preparing for a destructive hailstorm and a lot of wind with it. These storms are all going to produce extremely heavy rains, flooding, destructive hail, and the potential for wind-driven hail. And they're going to keep on going through northwest Texas and Texoma this evening. So, y'all, Wichita Falls down to Graham, Bowie, Gainesville, Seymour, you're probably going to be dealing with some of these storms in the next several hours. Back in the West Texas, we have a couple new storms that are developing with hail. We've got a storm just south of Floydada here on Highway 62. That's moving to the north-northeast. That may require a severe thunderstorm warning soon for the potential of quarter to ping-pong ball size hail. That storm is going to be moving to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Storm currently just north of La Mesa is moving off to the northeast at 30 miles an hour. That storm is going to be riding up Highway 87 towards O'Donnell, probably staying just east of Tahoka, but it'll be crossing over Highway 380 just east of Tahoka, west of Post. Post got annihilated by tennis ball to baseball size hail earlier. Back south we go. Let's switch to the Midland radar, and we'll take a look at the storm east of Bakersfield on I-10. This is going to be crossing Highway 190 and 349, just north of that intersection, here in portions of, what is this, Crockett County? Well, it eventually will be Crockett County. And that storm itself has the potential of producing tennis ball size hail. It's moving off to the east-northeast at 25 miles an hour, and pretty rural areas as it stays south or north of Highway 190 now. Eventually, this could be an issue for Big Lake by about 7 p.m. Let's play some video from Adam Lucio. Hopefully this plays with the audio well.
Flood warning has been issued for King.
If my mic was breaking, it should be fixed now. So that's the video from Adam. He is on that storm east of Guthrie, west of Benjamin. We're going to keep a very close eye on those storms, but let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model going into the next several hours in this evening to give you all an idea of what we expect in the magical land of thunderstorms. I'm going to clear everything off. We're going to go to the statewide view. We'll load the latest HER model, and this will just give us an idea of what we expect. So I'm going to load the how hard it's raining mode, but out in model land. I'm going to go from 6 p.m. through 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. And this will play in sequential order as the data loads. So this is what the HER model says we're going to be dealing with tonight. Flooding, folks. I want to emphasize flooding is going to be a big, big problem tonight in Northwest Texas in the big country. Some folks out here could get up to 8 inches of rain by sunrise tomorrow. And understand that is quite a bit of a problem here with flooding on roads, flooding of rivers, streams, bar ditches, fields, low-lying areas. And folks, let me know how the audio is doing. I seem to be doing okay on my end, but I can check. Give me just a second. And if there were any issues, we shouldn't now. So again, we're going to have a lot of rain. And I want to emphasize the flooding. I know, look, hail is sexy, tornadoes are sexy, wind is sexy, lightning is sexy, supercell structure is sexy. Well, guess what? I don't talk enough about flooding. And I am going to do better at that, and that is why we're hitting flooding hard. It is going to flood tonight in the big country, Northwest Texas. Travel is not going to be a good idea overnight. A lot of roads are going to be flooded, and finding flooded roads at night is very difficult, especially in the dark. If you're driving at highway speeds, guess what? You could come up on that before you have a chance to stop. You're suddenly, flown away. And we don't want folks to be hurt. We don't want, worse than that. So, and in case they didn't hear me earlier, thank you, Robert, earlier for that generous super chat. That was very kind of you. Okay, so we are going to do is I'm going to let this play for a little while, and I'm going to take a 7-minute break. Y'all are going to get to listen to some great YouTube, some great music, some weather warnings, and we're going to be back here at 5:30 p.m. sooner if necessary. So we'll be back in just a few minutes here on the Texas Storm Chasers with live continuing severe weather coverage. And thank you, Make7, for that generous super chat. We appreciate it. Same goes to you, Jennifer Walsh. Thank you for that very generous super chat. If y'all want to buy any merch, stickers, stuff like that, you're free to do so. We just got a supply of stickers in stock today. We're shipping out a few dozen tomorrow. You can find those in the Texas Storm Chaser store at texasstormchasers.store or by checking the YouTube shopping section below. yo ho, I hit the wrong button. Oh, no, I hit the right button. Hi ho, Cheerios. It is Tuesday, the 29th of April, 2025. We're monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms moving across the Permian Basin, kind of southern Permian Basin, really into the western Concho Valley, but mostly West Texas, into west central Texas, and now the northern Big Country. We've got chasers up on these storms from Benjamin, south of Guthrie. Those storms have a history of producing softball to DVD-size hail. That is 4 to 5 inches in diameter. We have storms that are also down now east of I-10, east of Bakersfield, kind of moving just now north of Highway 190. All this activity continues to move off to the east, east-northeast at about 20 to 30 miles per hour. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of this activity. And we'll go ahead and keep an eye on Storm Chaser Adam Lucio's feed. He has quite a hail core moving his way. We've also got Storm Chaser Stephen Jones out and about. We'll keep an eye on his feed just in case. We're going to switch back over to the high-res radar now. You know, these are some pretty nasty storms we're monitoring. From west of Benjamin up towards areas north of Aspermont and south of Guthrie. Now, one thing, from Benjamin down to north of Aspermont, these storms should be in an environment that is somewhat chilly at the surface. Temperatures probably in the low 60s, mid 60s. That's a mitigating factor for what could otherwise be a pretty serious tornado issue. However, I am still concerned with that. One, these storms have softball size hail, and two, I really don't like the look of some of these storms with rotation. Now, the thing is, we're looking 7,000 feet above the ground here. We're not looking the low levels, but these things are rotating hard. And this thing north of Aspermont actually has a pretty impressive hook echo now on reflectivity mode, the how hard it's raining mode. There's your hook going over Highway 83 on the Stonewall-King County line. This storm's moving east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour. You have your inflow moving into that region there, over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. And you can see, even if the radar beam's being difficult on my program, you can see we've got strong rotation. I mean, we've even got strong rotation with that cell near Jayden back on Highway 380. But the idea here is these storms should be slightly elevated above a modestly stable near-surface layer. That is a very nerdy, fancy way of saying we're not confident these are going to be able to put tornadoes down because the very low levels of the atmosphere may be just too stable or cool. But that's not a guarantee. All right, it's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for eastern Kent, Stonewall, King, southeastern Dickens County. A severe thunderstorm located 11 miles south of Guthrie, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is capable of producing softball-sized hail and wind gusts to 60 miles an hour. This thunderstorm has a history of producing softball-sized hail. 4 inches in diameter. In case you're wondering, that is big, bad, very mad. And real quick, take care of a wee bit of housekeeping. All right. Take a look. All right. I'm going to check this. By the way, just before break, I missed some super chat, so let me do that real quick. I want to thank Make7 and Jennifer Walsh for their generous donations just before the break. Those are very kind, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Likewise, thank you to everybody who's been hitting that like button here on Facebook. The reason so many content creators, us included, ask you to do that is because it helps YouTube realize we are providing good content, and that's how videos get suggested to other people that may benefit from this information. So we just had a report of a brief tornado just northeast of Highway 83 back on the cell in northern Stonewall County. That came from a storm chaser. That's not verified, but I just had a brief tornado report with this hook. So we're going to have to keep an eye on it. I haven't seen any pictures or videos yet, but, well, if it's valid, we may still be dealing with a modest threat of a tornado with these storms, in addition to very large hail and damaging winds. Those of you in Aspermont, the storm about, well, let's just say about 12 miles west of Aspermont is moving due east now, down Highway 380 towards Peacock, Swenson, and Aspermont. This activity will move into Aspermont, Swenson, and Peacock over the next 30 to 40 minutes with the potential of baseball to softball size hail, destructive straight-line winds, heavy rain. Benjamin, you've got a nasty storm heading up your way as well. All right, let me take a look back west. As you can see, this has evolved into a bit of a cluster now. This cluster is going to keep moving east-northeast over the next several hours. It may make it to I-35 by 10 p.m. at this rate. Or at least, maybe midnight, but... All right, let's go back west. We've got a couple of storms out here. We've got this one near Floydada that dropped golf ball size hail in Floydada a little earlier. Let me see if I can't get that icon to pop up. We had golf ball size hail reported at 5:25 p.m. by the Floydada Fire Department. That storm is down north of Floydada. It's riding along Highway 207. It's going to be crossing Highway 86, it looks like, between Silverton and Kittikay, west of Turkey. And I believe moving towards Blake Brown's family ranch, which got annihilated the other night by flooding, unfortunately. Took out a really good pond with fish in it. We have some severe storms just northeast of La Mesa to O'Donnell. Those storms look comparatively weaker, but still the potential of quarter to ping pong ball size hail. And that activity is moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour. Unfortunately, kind of towards Post again, who have already been hit by several storms, flooding, and hail today. All right, so that is what we have going on right now with that. Let's go back south. This is going to be a severe storm west and northwest of Reimer, south of McCamey and south of Rankin. These could have golf ball size hail. Highway 345 north of 190. Kittikay. That's moving off to the northeast, about 20 miles an hour. That'll stay north of Reimer and north of I-10 for now. We'll keep a close eye on it. Otherwise, let's take a look at the super duper high resolution rapid refresh model. And to do that, we're going to play some Jeopardy music in my head. We're going to change some buttons. And here we go. Now, we're going to load this model from 7 p.m. through 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. And while this data loads, I'll just let it load for a second. I'll preface this by saying that this is only a model. It is not perfect. You should not expect it to be perfect. It could very well be wrong, because that is what tends to happen. That being said, let's take a look and see what it shows tonight. You can see we may have a few storms in the Edwards Plateau moving from Mexico around Del Rio this evening. Otherwise, we're going to have multiple rounds of strong to severe storms moving across west central Texas, west Texas, the Permian Basin, northwest Texas, even Texoma, into North Texas tonight into tomorrow morning. Much of this will stay west and north of the DFW Metroplex this evening overnight, but take note, stuff is going to be approaching from the west tomorrow morning. we have problems with flooding tonight in the Permian Basin, northwest Texas, in the Big Country. We're going to have multiple storms. These storms are going to be producing very heavy rain. We could have some folks get 8 inches of rain tonight between Abilene, Wichita Falls, and anyone in between, with a lot of roads flooded, streets flooded, creeks overflowing their banks, fields becoming lakes, bar ditches no longer holding water and simply, well, everything's underwater. So we are definitely concerned about that. And then for what it's worth, going into tomorrow, we're going to have a pretty problematic severe weather situation develop in North Texas, including the Metroplex and Northeast Texas. We could have a lot of severe storms, including the potential for some tornado issues and flash flooding. I do think we may be quite busy tomorrow with tornado coverage for what it's worth in parts of North Texas and Northeast Texas. So take that as what you may. Hopefully we're not, but we very well could be. But it is late April, almost to May, and, well, it is what it is, unfortunately. It's just the time of year you got to be weather aware. So, this is what the model shows tonight. It's going to storm a lot. And those of you in Wichita Falls, Abilene, guess what? It's going to storm this evening and tonight, and probably more than once. Midland, La Mesa, Snyder, guess what? Y'all are probably going to get another round of storms at about midnight or sooner. So just because, it may be quiet in Midland right now, guess what? You're probably going to get some hailers in your vicinity this evening, later tonight, and overnight. And that activity will move into the Big Country, northwest Texas, west central Texas. So Wichita Falls, one round of strong storms between 8 and 10 p.m. Guess what? Another round of strong to severe storms, probably 1 to 4 a.m. So, going to be busy, but we're going to be here to keep an eye on it and get you through it. Back to the real-time radar we go. Where we end up, who the heck knows? Let's take a look from the Frederick radar just for a different perspective. This activity moving across parts of northwest Texas, west central Texas. You can see we got a pretty nasty severe storm approaching the city of Benjamin. The worst will be staying north of Benjamin, but let's just go ahead and take a look at what storm chaser Adam Lucio has. This is Adam Lucio. I believe he is near Benjamin right now. And I can check real quick to see if I am wrong. But you can see, big, bad, scary. You even got a good amount of greenage there. A lot of heavy rain and hail approaching Benjamin. And this activity continues to move to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles per hour. We have more storms coming up from the southwest. So those of you in Knox City, guess what? You've got a storm to your due west right now that's probably got baseball to softball size hail. It's heading your way. Second cell. Well, first cell is just west of Benjamin. That one will probably make it just north of town. Second cell, west of Knox City, that's not going to miss Benjamin or Knox City. That could have baseball to softball size hail. Third storm, just west of Swenson, there on Highway 380. Guess what? That storm probably has golf ball size hail and is moving east towards Swenson. These storms are starting to show more of an easterly track versus a northeast track. I know the radar here is showing some of these moving northeast. I think this is moving like this now. Almost more due east. So, and those of you in the chat, first off, I want to say a big thank you to our moderators here on the Texas Storm Chasers channels, and they do an amazing job. Those of you in chat, if you could help us out, it would be really great. First off, hit that like button if you haven't already. It's free, it only takes a second, and it really helps us improve our work and help us reach more people that can benefit from life-saving weather information. So it's free. That's all you got to do. We would really appreciate it if you take a second. Those of you in the YouTube chat, another thing that could really help us out here is if we're giving a weather forecast timing. You know, we try to do it about every 20 minutes or so. Sometimes we can't. But, you know, folks are always coming and going, and we got a lot of folks asking what time is it going to hit my location. If you're watching and you by chance notice, you know, the timing graphics and the simulated radar, and if someone comes in and asks, you know, like a minute later because they joined just a second too late, if you could kindly answer them, you know, that would be real helpful to us because, you know, I know folks get annoyed that people come and ask, what about me? What about me? What about me? But folks are always coming and going. So, I mean, I can't really blame them for that. So just help us out. And if you be able to do that, really appreciate it. And, you know, thank you kindly. All right, so this is what the radar is. And again, these storms are moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Now, let me show you what we've got from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. He is in Benjamin. So you can see it's very windy. He is probably on the north side of Benjamin. You can see it's also very dark there. So dark and windy, 73 degrees Fahrenheit, off Gore Street there in Benjamin. It looks like he just almost got struck by lightning. So you can see a lot of lightning, a lot of outflow winds, and it is about to rain and hail in the city of Benjamin. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on Stephen's view. We're going to be keeping a very close eye on Adam's view. All right, so let me switch back to this. And again, we have no tornado warning, so we're able to take things a little more casually. Do I think DFW could have a risk of severe storms tomorrow afternoon and evening? Oh, yes. DFW is going to need to be weather aware tomorrow afternoon and evening. We could have some serious problems, I think. Now, things can always change, but I think probably within 50 miles of DFW tomorrow, there probably will be a tornado and significant severe weather. So take that as what you may. But yeah, we probably will see an enhanced risk issued, but it depends on what storms overnight do. If they push a cold front farther south and that, you know, shifts everything south, well, DFW may be fine. And it may be farther south towards Waco that has an issue. I just hope it doesn't hit meteorologist JC's new house. That would be unfortunate. And if he's listening, I suspect I'm going to hear about it. Boy, he may have heard about it really quick. If he heard about it that quick, my latency is really low. That just means the time it takes for the video for me to send it out to the time y'all watch it means apparently it's just really low. So that's convenient. All right, so that's nice. Oh, he's watching live. Blue glow from hail, yes. And that's a live video from Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. In fact, here, I'll show you real quick. This is from Adam Lucio. You can see it's going in and out, but here's a different view. You want to see something? This is from Benjamin right now. This is from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. Those clouds are moving. You can see you're getting a few frames a second. It's because it's so dark out there, the camera is lowering its overall shutter speed. But you can see a lot of greenage. In fact, you can see that's rotating right there. You can see the clouds in the background are kind of moving from right to left. The stuff in the foreground's moving left to right. So we have a lot of wind energy moving into the Benjamin area. We're going to have to watch that very carefully, and we will continue to do so. Okay, let's switch back to this. And let me just switch this. I am going to press some buttons here. We'll switch the top right to Stephen Jones so we can keep an eye on that. And I am going to turn off that location. So we're watching Stephen Jones now. And something I need to do by tomorrow is get a tri-camera layout set up so we can have all these chasers and myself on this feed. And that's something I'll do, well, tomorrow morning, I guess, before we do tornado coverage tomorrow afternoon in North Texas and Northeast Texas. Yay! Last minute adjustments. I enjoy that so much. Not really. But in order to supply my existential need of caffeine, here's some caffeine. All right, let me do this. Let's play this on a loop. These storms are moving at about 30 miles an hour to the east-northeast. I'll put this in a loop so you can at least see times. So it's just us happy folks here. And real quick, I'm going to actually adjust the air conditioning. All right, now I'm going to stand up and stretch. And this thing will just have to stay with me. Morning. Benefit of me being able to stand up. So we're monitoring multiple severe thunderstorms currently moving across portions of Knox County, moving towards Haskell County and Stonewall County. These storms are all rotating extremely strongly aloft, but we have a layer of cooler air near the surface that is hopefully keeping the tornado threat low. Damaging winds, you betcha. We could see winds over 70 miles an hour punch through that. Hail, oh yeah, these storms have been dropping softball-sized hail now over an hour. Rotating, yeah. So these are all moving generally to the east now. East, maybe a little east-northeast component from near Benjamin. Well, let's do this. From Truscott down to Benjamin to west of Knox City to north of Aspermont. These are moving off to the east, northeast.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Knox County in Texas.
East-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. The general expectation is these remain capable of producing softball-sized hail that is 4 inches in diameter. That is extremely dangerous to life. It should be treated like a tornado warning, in my opinion, meaning you better not be near any west or north facing windows when this thing hits, because it could be throwing hail through them. Some of these storms may throw hail through part of your roof. So again, this activity is going to continue moving east-northeast. Benjamin, I hate to say it, but you have a hail core just popping in town. That kind of shifted south. Take a look at how this hail core just built right west of Benjamin there on Highway 82. Benjamin, you're about to just get walloped by huge, huge hail. So those of you in Benjamin, we need you to be in your lowest floor, center room, away from west and north-facing windows. The potential for very strong, violent winds and wind-driven softball-sized hail that could easily break windows. We don't want you to be injured, so please stay away from windows. Interior room, lowest floor you can get. And again, all these storms extending back southwest to Knox City soon, down to Aspermont, have the potential of producing violent weather with softball-sized hail. Baseball to softball-sized hail being driven sideways at 70 miles an hour by strong winds. This is a dangerous situation. So we're going to see some real big hail soon from storm chaser Stephen Jones. He is in Benjamin. Take a look at how windy it's in Benjamin right now. You can see those trees are going yippity-yappity-boo, and they're flopping around like there's no tomorrow, which for some of those trees, there may not be, depending on how strong these winds get. Soon enough, we're going to get a lot of really big hail here in Benjamin. We're going to be able to watch that live here on the live stream. All right, did my mic turn itself down again? A little bit. We'll turn it back up. So again, I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy-in-Chief. David Reimer, we're monitoring severe thunderstorms producing dangerous softball-sized hail and 70-plus mile-an-hour winds. One storm moving into Benjamin where storm chaser Stephen Jones is located. We have other storms extending southwest from just west of Knox City to Aspermont. All these storms are moving off to the east, east-northeast at 30 miles per hour. These thunderstorms are producing extremely large, destructive hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds. That's the kind of hail that will go through windows, could go through some roofs, and if it's being driven by 70-mile-an-hour winds, it could destroy the siding on houses. This is the kind of hail that really can wreck things. It could break house windows, skylights, etc. So we really want folks to be in a safe place, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and really just get away from the bloody windows, especially west-north facing windows. You can see Stevens and Benjamin. It's very windy in Benjamin, and you can see the hail has begun. I just saw a hailstone bounce. Let's just watch it.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Reagan and Upton County in Texas.
And those of you in Benjamin, don't go anywhere. It's already here. You're out of time. You can see we've got hail. We did have hail a second ago flying. I think Stevens parked. I hope Stevens parked under shelter. I think he is, because that's about to hurt. Benjamin, you're about to get really messed up with hail and wind, I'm afraid. You can see there goes some hail, there goes some wind. They're getting probably 60-mile-an-hour winds right there. Take a look at how those trees are starting to bend over. And we have a mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. A tornado watch is about to be issued for the big country in northwest Texas. So I'll put that on my screen here in just a second. But the wow, there's hail. Boy, look at that hail. Oh my gosh, Benjamin. Oh, I'm so sorry, Benjamin. This is live out of Benjamin, Texas. You can see giant hail being driven by 60 to 70-mile-an-hour winds just smacking town. Oh, Benjamin, I am so sorry. This is going to hurt. So stay away from windows. West and north-facing windows especially. But real quick, let me show you. We're going to have a tornado watch issued soon for northwest Texas and the northern big country. The severe thunderstorm watch is being upgraded to a tornado watch as the threat of tornadoes may be increasing across northwest Texas as these storms interact with a boundary. Back to Stephen's shot, full screen. You can see these storms are just causing all sorts of mayhem in Benjamin, Texas.
Storm report from 8NW Aspermont in Stonewall County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Report from Ping Pong Ball, 1.50 inches.
You can see Stevens getting wrecked in Benjamin, Texas right now. That is really, really giant hail being driven by wind. Oh, in fact.
Texas local storm report from 1NW Jayden in Kent County, Texas. Flash flood. Reported by public. Texas local storm report from 8NW Aspermont in Stonewall County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.50 inches. Reported by public. Additional information. Report from Ping Pong Ball, 1.50 inches.
Stevens getting annihilated. Stevens in Benjamin, and Benjamin just getting annihilated with huge hail right now. This live from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. You can see the hail. You can see the hail ripping leaves off trees. The winds calmed down a little, but you can see just nasty sauce. And that's live out of Benjamin, Texas. I'll show you the radar real quick. Here, we'll zoom into Benjamin. You can see here's the radar out of Benjamin. You can see that hail core that developed just west of town, moving through town. Stephen reports this had hurricane-force winds with baseball-sized hail being driven at like 70 miles an hour. Stephen's taking shelter in a shed, apparently. But you can see just nasty in Benjamin. And again, all these storms from just west of Knox City to Aspermont could be doing the same thing. So, Knox City, guess what? You could be doing what we're seeing in Benjamin right now here within the next 20 minutes. The potential for baseball to softball size hail. And I'm just going to show you, here's what Steven just had. I'll play it on audio. So that's just not good. That was a very destructive, dangerous hailstorm for Benjamin. And they just upgraded to 90-mile-an-hour winds. So I'm going to assume Benjamin just recorded a wind gust near 90 miles an hour. Let me check on that. Because the Weather Service just put out a warning for 90-mile-an-hour winds and softballs, which is good night. I'm trying to see. I don't see anything unless it was Truscott. Nah, I don't see where they got 90 miles an hour from, but I mean, I'm not going to doubt it. So Weather Service says there could be 90-mile-an-hour winds. Oh. Okay. A weather station in the city of Benjamin recorded a 95-mile-per-hour wind gust. So what you just watched from storm chaser Stephen Jones, 90 to 100-mile-per-hour winds with baseball-sized hail in Benjamin, Texas. Folks, I don't want to see, I don't want to know what the west sides of houses are going to look like. That is why we told you, get your butt into shelter, even though, it's not a tornado warning. Well, guess what? You got baseballs being flung sideways at 100 miles an hour. You want to know what that's going to do to your house? It's going to make it look like it got hit by a tornado. You're going to have hail flying through every window you have on the west and north sides of your house at 100 miles an hour. And guess what that kind of wind does to stuff that's laying on the ground outside, like glass, trash cans, twigs? It turns it into flying projectiles. So guess what? 90 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds is comparable to an EF1 tornado. You know what the difference between an EF1 tornado with 100 mile an hour winds and straight line winds with 100 miles an hour are? Nothing. They do the exact same damage. So that's why we wanted y'all to be in shelter and be in a safe place. So again, 95-mile-an-hour wind gust measured in Benjamin by a personal weather station. We had baseball-sized hail. You saw it live. In fact, here, it's still falling. Here's Benjamin, Texas right now. You can see now we got heavy rain and it's flooding. We got trees that have had their leaves shredded. We've got hail that's covering the ground, size of baseballs. That's from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. We're posting the video he just captured, by the way, on our social media channels now. So if you want to watch it, you can go watch in just a few minutes. Because we have an amazing team here at the Texas Storm Chasers. We've got folks behind the scenes helping moderate these chats. We got folks behind the scenes ingesting the content from our Storm Chasers, helping to get that out on social media to help better inform y'all of what's going on by providing visual proof that, hey, the bucket of spilled paint you're looking at on the radar here is actually producing 100-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail. So let's keep talking about it, and we have a tornado warning. Stand by, tornado warning.
Tornado warning for East Central County.
All right, so
Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 5 miles northwest of Rhineland, moving east at 25 miles per hour.
all right, so with that, we have our first tornado warning of Northwest Texas this afternoon. I need to press a few buttons because with that, we now begin our live severe weather coverage on other social media platforms. So, that's what we're going to do. All right, just make sure we are live. But again, we now have a tornado warning. This is going to be for eastern portions of Knox County and western Baylor County. This does include Vera, Red Springs, and areas just west of the city of Seymour on Highway 82. It's going to be a tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. Central Time. Good evening to those just joining us. I'm Texas Storm Chaser's David Reimer. We've been monitoring dangerous severe thunderstorms across west central Texas over the last couple of hours on the Texas Weather Center and Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channel. We now have a tornado warning for a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado on Highway 82 just east of the city of Benjamin. We just watched Stephen Jones ride through 100-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail in Benjamin. You can see that hail is still covering the ground there. As per our policy for tornado warnings, we're now live on a majority of the social media platforms we participate on, but you can also watch our live coverage continually on YouTube. Just search for Texas Weather Center or Texas Storm Chasers. So what we have is a tornado warning that is now in effect for eastern Knox and western Baylor County in northwest Texas. This is for a thunderstorm that is producing baseball to softball size hail, destructive winds over 100 miles per hour, and now, because that wasn't enough, the potential for a tornado. So with that being said, you need to be in shelter. If you're east of Benjamin, Vera, Red Springs to the city of Seymour, this is a dangerous thunderstorm moving east towards y'all. And you can see this thing's actually developing a pretty nasty hook now, so I can see why the Weather Service has warned it. This storm produced baseball-sized hail, 100-mile-an-hour winds in Benjamin. We showed you live here on the Texas Weather Center stream, and this storm continues to produce dangerous severe weather as it heads off to the east into portions of Knox and Baylor counties. So, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, we're live on YouTube, we're live on Facebook, we're live on our website, TexasStormChasers.com, and our free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Otherwise, again, tornado now just a couple miles east of Benjamin on Highway 82, moving east on Highway 82/114 towards the city of Seymour, Vera, Red Springs. Those of you in western Baylor County, you need to take your tornado safety precautions immediately. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. This storm's wrapping up now. We had 100-mile-an-hour straight-line winds move through Benjamin. We had baseball-sized hail. We showed you live here on the Texas Storm Chasers. And now this storm is booking it east down Highway 82 towards Seymour, Vera, Red Springs. Eventually, if this storm continues, this is going to be a direct threat to places like Maybell and perhaps even farther east into Archer County in the next hour. Otherwise, back southwest, we have a severe storm coming east into Knox City. That storm has the potential to produce baseball-sized hail, wind gust over 70 miles an hour. These storms are moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. Extending farther southwest,
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell County in Texas.
further southwest, we have storms extending to just west of Knox City to Aspermont. We have a storm back west of Jane. All these are moving east at about 30 miles an hour. The potential, well, let me tell you what they've done. Over the last hour, these storms have produced hail up to 5 inches in diameter, wind gusts up to 95 miles per hour, and now we have a tornado warning. So, as these continue, I'm going to let y'all know. Northwest Texas, parts of Texoma, everyone downstream of this, Wichita Falls, Archer City, you're going to have to deal with these. And the good news is that's the general corridor right now. Now, very quickly, I'm going to show y'all the high-res rapid refresh model since we just had a few thousand people join us on Facebook. That's going to give you a timeline of what's going on. And then those of you in chat, if you can do us the big favor of, after I show you this, for the folks who join and ask what about them, etc., help us answer those questions, since I can only show this about once every 20 minutes, and I typically don't even show it during tornado coverage. But since we just had so many folks join, I'll do it very quickly to give a general timeline. and then we can continue on with our live severe weather coverage. So this is what we're looking at going into overnight and Wednesday morning. First round of storms we have now is continuing to move east across northwest Texas towards, well, Wichita Falls, Archer City. That is going to ride the Red River east towards Gainesville into southern Oklahoma, Texoma. We're going to have more storms develop overnight after 9 p.m., 10 p.m. Central in the Permian Basin around Midland, Odessa, La Mesa. Those storms, hail, wind, flooding, will move into the big country, northwest Texas overnight, and then eventually could be approaching the DFW Metroplex by 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Flooding is a big risk tonight in the big country, northwest Texas. We're going to have a lot of rain, potentially up to 8 inches of rain in spots, so flooding of roads is likely. Flooding of creeks is likely. Streams are going to go out of their banks. A lot of roads are going to be flooded in parts of the big country in northwest Texas tonight into Wednesday morning. So be careful. A lot of roads are going to be flooded. Could be anywhere between Wichita Falls and Abilene. Could be both those cities and everyone in between. So we need you all to be in a safe place when that occurs. Now, what is Adam looking at? So there's your timeline. Those wondering, DFW, after 6 a.m. tomorrow, but closer to 8, you could have storms coming in from the west with heavy rain, lightning, maybe some strong winds. So everyone that just saw me do that, if you could really help us out when folks join in 10 seconds, barely miss what happened, and ask what's going to happen, just kindly answer to them in the chat, give them a basic timeline, and that would really help us out.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, Knox, and Wilbarga County in Texas.
So that is what we have right now. All right, let me switch this around real quick. And to those joining us, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring severe thunderstorms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and now apparently a possible tornado that is going to be located about 10 miles east of Benjamin, near Vera, moving east on Highway 82, 114 towards Vera, Red Springs, and Seymour. This activity is going to continue moving off to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So those of you in Vera, Red Springs, Seymour, and eventually Maybell, you're going to have a problem with this thunderstorm that has a history of producing winds over 95 miles an hour, damaging hail up to the size of baseballs, and now maybe a tornado. So at this point, the strongest storms extend from just north of Aspermont to Knox City to 10 miles east of Benjamin. We kind of got a triplet set of supercells here in a modest line, and that activity is moving east at about 30 miles per hour. Back west, we already have additional storms developing that could eventually pose a threat of hail in West Texas, one southwest of Post, one near La Mesa, and then a couple from Matador to Turkey who got hit hard with flooding the other day. Those of you up in Vernon, these storms are probably going to stay to your south for now, but you are going to get rain and maybe some small hail here shortly, but the strongest storms are staying to your south. You're going to get more storms overnight, though, with a threat of flooding. And I'm hitting the flooding threat hard because that's going to be a problem. Real quick, just also want to say thank you to those who are sending in those generous super chats. We appreciate it. Facebook, the stars, you know what? We appreciate that as well. During tornado coverage, I don't have as much time to look over and keep a direct eye on those to give individual shout-outs, but we appreciate it. Thank you. One big thing y'all can do is hit that like button. You know, share. That helps us be shared by the social media networks and help encourages other folks that may be in need of life-saving weather information to tune in, so we appreciate it. As we go into tomorrow, we are expecting what could be a significant severe weather threat in parts of North Texas and Northeast Texas. That could include DFW tomorrow afternoon and evening, with a threat of very large hail, damaging winds, and the potential for a few tornadoes. All right, let's get back to it. Monday, storms coming in from the west with hail. Main tornado threats staying to your north for now, but you're going to have a pretty significant risk of hail and wind with the storms coming in from your west. So here is where we are. We've got a possible tornado now about 12 miles east of the city of Benjamin, very near Highway 82. We'll turn on the which way the wind's blowing mode. I mean, you can see it. I mean, I could just turn on the how hard it's raining mode, and you can see it. You got this nasty hook here. This brought 100-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-sized hail to Benjamin 15 minutes ago. We showed you that live on the weather stream here on the Texas Storm Chasers if you're watching us on YouTube. We've been live on YouTube since about 4 p.m. As policy, we only go live on other platforms for life-saving weather information, tornado warnings. That's just because the other platforms aren't monetized, per se. And YouTube's easier to embed in our own platforms. And that being said, if you're watching us on YouTube, once you pull the video up, you're not going to have any commercials. After that little first commercial plays, we don't do commercials. We don't do those midstream ads. So that's also where those super chats can really help us out, pay data bills, gas bills, equipment bills, because I'll let you know, we kind of got a server closet running.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Baylor, Ford, and Knox County in Texas.
You can hear we've got flash flood warnings galore. All right, I am going to play the hail video. For those of you who are just joining, you did not see this earlier, but I'll show you now.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
This is hail video out of Benjamin from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones about 15 minutes ago. They had a 95-mile-an-hour wind gust recorded in Benjamin, and this is baseball-sized hail being driven by some of those very strong winds. And that was 15 to 20 minutes ago. Benjamin, Texas, from Storm Chaser, Stephen Jones. And that was shortly before that storm went tornado warned, now that it is east of Benjamin. We have a new tornado watch that has been issued for Northwest Texas. Yes, Monday is under a severe thunderstorm warning, very large hail up to the size of baseballs soon. So here's the storm that's tornado warned. You can see a very impressive hook echo here. This is going to be near Vera. Vera is on Highway 82, about 12 miles east of Benjamin. Over on the which way the wind's blowing mode, we've got a very impressive circulation showing up here near Vera. This is moving east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour. If this continues, this could be a threat to the city of Seymour. It may stay just north of Seymour, it moved more towards Maybell, but eventually this will be a direct threat to a majority of Baylor County. Even if this storm stays to your north out here in Baylor County, I might have to reset the radar real quick. Stand by. Enjoy my beautiful background. Give me just a second. And you'll be able to see on the radar here that hook near Vera, moving off east. South of that storm, guess what? We got other storms near Knox City to Benjamin. We're about to have another storm with could be golf ball to baseball size hail. That storm's moving east at 35 miles an hour. Storm just west of Rochester, moving east, 35 miles an hour. So those of you, Knox City, O'Brien, Rochester, Weinart, Monday, Gorey, Seymour, up to Maybell. Guess what? You're going to have severe storms in the next hour, capable of producing golf ball to softball size hail, 60 to 90 mile per hour winds. And in the case of the storm here near Vera, which is on Highway 114, about 14 miles west of Seymour, or about 22 miles west of Maybell, a possible tornado. You can see that very impressive hook echo. If you can't, well, good thing I can draw. There's your hook echo right there. Those are your winds wrapping around the thunderstorm. Switch over to the which way the wind's blowing mode. There you go. There's your velocity. Winds, you can see we've got, here, let's try this. We got winds moving away from the radar. If I can stop drawing like a kindergartner. We have winds moving away from the radar up in Frederick, Oklahoma at about 60. We got winds moving towards the radar about 60, and the potential exists for that to consolidate and become tornadic. We've already had winds near 100 miles an hour with this dangerous thunderstorm observed. Now, for those of you just joining, we talked about timing a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, we need to focus on this dangerous weather, so that's where those of you in the chats, if you could really help us out and help answer some of these questions for folks who have just joined us in terms of timing, locations, we would really appreciate it. Eventually, these storms could move towards Wichita Falls, Archer City, and Olney. May still be 2 hours away, so 8:30 p.m., but heads up for that. We now have a tornado watch across northwest Texas, even North Texas. That tornado watch runs from just north of Abilene to Vernon east through Graham, Decatur, to Sherman, up into southern Oklahoma. Real quick, I'll show you here. It's not loaded on my side yet, but tornado watch. So let me show you a loop of what we have going on over the last hour. And key clear-cut messages. Possible tornado currently 17 miles west of Seymour, 12 miles east of Benjamin, moving east at 30 miles an hour. So we're going to have to deal with that as this storm continues to move off to the east. All right, real quick, I need to stand up and light a candle. So you're not going to see me or hear me for about 20 seconds. And if my better half is listening, she's probably going to message me and be like, don't stand up and light a candle. You're doing tornado coverage. Well, sorry. All right, so we have a tornado warning for eastern Knox and Baylor counties. This is going to be for a storm riding east down Highway 114/82. Oh, she is watching. Well, rip to me. All right, well, at least I put some of the dirty dishes away. Okay, so
Texas local from Knox City in Knox County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information. Report from Ping. Quarter. 1 inch.
I'm going to have to make some liquid IV when a bit later. All right, so okay, first off, let's not put an empty Celsius can next to the boom mic that moves. That's just not a good idea, even if it is empty. Let us continue.
Yeah, that's some wild hail.
All right, so that's Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. All right, so tornado watch for Northwest Texas. In chat, I'm going to share some links real quick. All right, so it is Yeah, boy, that's a nasty circulation. So the reason we're on Facebook, the reason we are yippity yapping in here, is that we have the potential for... Actually, I'm going to show you this right on screen right now. We have a tornado warning for parts of Knox and Baylor counties. This does include Red Springs and Vera. Benjamin, you're clear from the tornado threat, but you do have more storms coming later tonight. Let me show you this, though. This is something we need to highlight. This was just put out by the Weather Service in Norman. They also cover Northwest Texas. The potential for increasing tornado threat and giant hail over the next 2 hours. Seymour, Electra, Wichita Falls, Holiday, Archer City. They're likely using some experimental model data / impressive data that is essentially helping them hone in on the threat. So they are highlighting the Wichita Falls area. They're highlighting Highway 82 all the way from Benjamin to Seymour up into Holiday and Wichita Falls, including Mankins, Dundee, Maybell, Cadane Corner. So next couple hours, y'all in Wichita Falls, Electra, Iowa Park, all the way down Highway 82 need to be very mindful and weather aware, all right? We got some real nasty storms coming in. Thank you, Craig, for that generous super chat and that good idea. I actually do have a window up with the chats that actually combine it with all the social platforms. What we are going to do down the road, and down the road being maybe by tomorrow, is have some small on-screen notification that isn't distracting, that shows some of these super chats as they come in. But you're also right, a way to monitor that as well. But again, you know, everybody, we appreciate the stars, the super chats. This is going to remain free. We're never going to charge for coverage, but at the same time, it helps. So if you feel obligated to do that, you know what? Thank you. We have a merch store as well, TexasStormChasers.store. Instead of .com, it's .store. We got shirts. We have, $4 bumper stickers you can buy. If you like stickers, it's a $4 sticker. I have 230 sitting behind me. We're shipping out a couple dozen tomorrow that were placed orders last week. So you're welcome to do that. And otherwise, you know what? We're just happy to be able to help folks here and serve. So, and folks, for what it's worth, we do not have any storms near Seymour yet. Storms are still west of Seymour. All right, Jason noted. We do have a tornado now being reported with this thunderstorm.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I just. So I'm holding the recording down and I didn't get it, and it's already red.
All right, so it sounds like we do have a tornado near or just north of Highway 82 between Red Springs and Vera. In fact, here's a live video from the guy who reported that. That's Storm Chaser Adam Lucio. It's going to be a rain-wrapped tornado near Highway 82. It's going to be moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour. This has the potential to impact the Red Springs Seymour area. This has the potential to ride up Highway 82 towards eventually Wichita Falls area. This storm's pretty nasty. We're going to keep a close eye on that. Here's a shot from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. They're heading east out of, I assume, out of Benjamin towards Seymour to get back ahead of this storm. They brought you the live hail video out of the Benjamin area earlier. All right, so let me update this. I'm going to switch this back over to Adams for now. And if I don't get a tri-screen layout built by tomorrow afternoon, Jason has permission to hit me with a mallet And deny me blue soda. Yeah, we got a very strong circulation with this now. So let's go ahead and we're going to take a very close look at this. Here's your which way the wind's moving mode. You can see very strong velocities here. We have winds moving towards the radar up in Frederick, Oklahoma at about 40 miles an hour. We got winds moving away from the radar nearly 100. And it's that little nub right there on Highway 114, just east of Vera, moving towards Red Springs. I'll go ahead and try to get some county roads on here. Those of you who aren't from here are going to have no idea where these are. Those of you who are around here hopefully do. This is probably near County Road 4185 in eastern Knox County, moving into Baylor County, County Road 185. I'm going to start labeling these. And again, this is just my way of trying to get folks aware. It's going to be Highway 82, moving towards County Road 175, County Road 165, County Road 153 here in far western Baylor County, out west of Seymour. Seymour, this could eventually pose a threat to you. So Seymour, you're not under a tornado warning yet, but you're going to be soon. Y'all are going to need to take your tornado safety precautions if you were in Seymour or west of Seymour. Here's live video from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones. They're on Highway 82, trying to make their way through the circulation towards Seymour. You can see they're getting absolutely walloped right now by very heavy wind, heavy rain. It's moving from north to south on the highway. That's going to be your rear flank downdraft. So be very mindful and be safe with that. And again, we're going to keep an eye on his stream. We're going to keep an eye on Adam's stream, which is in the top right corner right now. In fact, you can almost see something back there in the rain. A lot of hail, a lot of wind. We have very strong velocities now. The best signature I've seen all day by far with this thunderstorm as it continues to move from west to east at 30 miles an hour. Those of you in Red Springs and the city of Seymour, you are in danger of a tornado. This storm is moving from west to east at 30 miles per hour. So again, this storm did produce a tornado a few minutes ago. So now we actually do know this storm is in an environment that does support tornadogenesis. That just gives us an indication that we're now in a position to know that, yeah, we got problems. All right, now here's what you don't need to be doing. You don't need to be this Amazon semi driving east on Highway 82 about to get rolled by a thunderstorm producing a tornado very near this highway west of Seymour. In fact, I'm just going to keep it up because it's very possible we're about to see this semi get tipped over by strong north winds. So let's just watch and we'll see. But again, don't be driving out in the middle of a tornado warning. This storm already has produced 95-mile-an-hour wind gusts back in Benjamin. This is the one riding east on 82 towards the city of Seymour. So let me zoom back out. And here's the velocity. Again, you can see very impressive hook, very impressive velocity.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Archer, Baylor, Ford, Knox, Wichita, and Wilmore.
All right, that is going to be for this line of storms coming in from the west. And let me go ahead and talk about this because this is going to set off a lot of phones. And I'll tell you why that is. This line of thunderstorms, which are actually 3 supercell thunderstorms, have a history of producing 90 to 100 mile per hour straight line winds. They have a history of producing hail up to the size of softballs, though now I think it's probably closer to golf ball to tennis ball. This line of storms also has embedded tornadic circulations. So, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for places like Seymour, Maybell, Westover, Megarol, Dundee, Menkins, Cadane Corner, south of Electra, west of Wichita Falls for now. This is going to set your phones off, and you're going to get a warning saying, a destructive thunderstorm with 90-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, 95 actually measured in Benjamin with flying baseball-size hail. So these storms are moving from west to east at, well, let's see what speed, actually. 35 miles an hour with the potential of hurricane-force winds destructive wind-driven hail, and tornadoes. Let me go ahead. We're going to do a manual storm track on here, and this is just going to help y'all out. And folks, we're not going to get political in chat rooms. That's for sure. Let me just say that now. Please don't get political or the timeout button's going to arrive. This is about life-saving information. We're not going political. Or Baldy-in-Chief is going to put on his dad helmet, and we're going to have some problems. All right, so this is moving east, east-northeast at about 35 miles an hour. This is going to be in Seymour, 6:53 p.m., 6:50 to 6:55. The intersection of 283 and Highway 82/277, about 7 to 7:05. This storm, here, let me see if we can get any more towns on here. Can at least get some. So this will be in Maybell at about 7 to 7:05 p.m. Westover at about 7:20 p.m. Just northwest of Megarol about 7:30 p.m. This will be approaching Highway 25 in Mankins and Cadane Corner at about 7:30 p.m. So assuming that trend continues, those of you in Wichita Falls have the potential of dangerous severe weather in your community by 8 p.m. That could include very large destructive hail, hurricane force winds, and maybe tornadoes. So heads up, if you're in Wichita Falls down to Archer City, Windthirst, you got problems. Now, it's possible these storms are going to stay south of Wichita Falls. We need to see. There's a boundary. I can see it on radar right now. It's sitting from Byers to Shepherd Air Force Base to Iowa Park. That boundary is trying to tug at this thunderstorm and turn it a little north. If that happens, that means those of you in Wichita Falls are going to have a problem. I'll tell you what, we probably have a pretty nasty storm circulation with this. So again, this is where this thing's going over the next hour. Let me try to draw. Next hour. And folks asking questions about your specific location, if I'm not talking about where you are right now or talking about anywhere near you, you have nothing to worry about for at least the next 2 hours. Zooming out, I see a lot of folks asking about North Texas. Here you go. There is nothing near Graham. There's nothing near Weatherford. There's nothing near DFW. Y'all may have storms coming in this evening and certainly by tomorrow morning, but for now, you're fine. These storms we're talking about are concentrated around a corridor from north of Haskell on Highway 277 up to Seymour, moving east, east-northeast at 35 miles per hour. Megarol, thank you. Back over to the which way the wind's blowing mode, you can see, well, the radar hates you, but I'll show you using a different source real quick. And this is going to just help y'all see Okay, we have a new tornado warning coming out. Stand by.
Tornado warning for East Central Knox County in northern Texas, northern Baylor County in northern Texas. Until 07:30 p.m. CDT. At 06:38 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Red Springs, moving east at 25 miles per hour.
Okay, so it's going to be a tornado warning for Baylor County and far eastern Knox County. Real quick, let me show you what we're looking at. This is a big problem, folks. This could be a significant tornado trying to develop now. We have extremely strong velocities. Bright blue against bright pink. We have winds moving away from the radar now at about 85 miles an hour. We have winds moving towards the radar at about 70. So we're about 140 to 150 mile an hour gate-to-gate shear now with what could be a large rain-wrapped tornado developing. We don't see indications of a debris signature at this point, but there you go. Now you see some of the data I'm looking at. This new tornado warning includes the city of Seymour and includes the city of Maybell. Those of you in Maybell, Seymour, Red Springs, Baylor County, enact your tornado safety precautions immediately. Y'all are going to be all right. It's going to be okay, but y'all need to be paying attention. And for folks asking, where am I talking about? Where's Benjamin, Texas? Well, first, here's a map. Second, Google is a friend. But the good news is, if you don't know where I'm talking about, there's at least a decent chance it's nowhere near you. If it is near you, well, map literacy needs to become a thing in this society again. Okay, so we've got a very strong circulation now. Again, we got winds moving away at about 79 knots, moving towards the radar at about 55 knots. I'll have to put it on here if this isn't completely messing it up, and it is, but let me see if I can't clean up the de-aliasing. So again, we could have a tornado in progress now or developing about 2 miles northwest of Red Springs, just north of Highway 82. Moving east towards Maybell, and this could be, it's going to pass real close to Seymour, probably. So those of you in Seymour and Maybell, you need to enact your tornado safety precautions now. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Here's a cleaner view. So here we go. This is a different way to look at it. We got winds moving towards the radar, 87 miles an hour. Winds moving away from the radar, 70 miles an hour. 150 mile an hour-ish, gate-to-gate shear. Again, so we got a very strong circulation here. And I know you can't see those numbers because of the county roads, but understand, folks that live west of Seymour, you should know where these are. Highway 82, west of Seymour. And these just count down. We have a report of a barn destroyed, sheet metal, and a large steel container roughly the size of a truck thrown onto Highway 82. That is going to be 10 to 11 miles west of Seymour, 3 miles east of Vera, just west of Red Springs.
Texas local storm report from 2 miles west of Monday in Knox County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 0.75 inches. Reported by public. Additional information, report from Ping, Dime, 0.75 inches.
Okay, the National Weather Service is now calling this a particularly dangerous situation. A large and destructive confirmed tornado is located near Red Springs, moving east at 20 miles per hour. This is a confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado. This is a particularly dangerous situation. To repeat, an extremely dangerous and potentially deadly tornado is developing 12 miles west of Seymour, moving east at 20 miles per hour. Those of you in the city of Seymour, west on Highway 82 into Baylor County, enact your tornado safety precautions now. So again, the Weather Service now calling this an extremely dangerous situation with what could be a large destructive tornado in progress near County Road 165, near or just a mile north of Highway 82 in western Baylor County. This storm is moving east at 20 to 25 miles an hour. After Seymour, this storm is going to be moving towards Maybell. Eventually, the storm is going to pose a threat to either southern Wichita County or Archer County. This could be an issue for places like Dundee, Menkins, Archer City, Windthorst, Scotland, Lakeside City by 8 to 8:30 p.m. Those of you in Seymour to Red Springs to Maybell in Baylor County, you are under a tornado warning. A confirmed large, dangerous tornado has been reported north of Red Springs. This tornado is moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Here's a live view. Storm Chaser Stephen Jones is trying to get through that hook to get a better view of what's going on. You can see he's getting slammed with very strong rear flank downdraft winds on the backside of this circulation. He is on Highway 82 near Red Springs.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett County in Texas.
Zooming out, we have storms extending back west to Monday, Weinart, Rochester. These storms had the potential of producing very strong winds, heavy rain, and large hail. You can see there's Stephen Jones. You've got more semis driving almost into a rain-wrapped large tornado. Watching a live stream from Storm Chaser Stephen Jones, he's in the thing, almost. He is very close to where this tornado is. It's rain-wrapped and very heavy rain. Here is what it looks like on the radar. Let me switch the boxes here so we can keep an eye on Stephen's stream. Stand by. Stephen is located near Red Springs on Highway 82. This tornado, which could be a large, dangerous tornado, is now 8 miles west of the city of Seymour, moving east at 25 miles per hour. This is a particularly dangerous situation, with the Weather Service saying this may be a large and extremely dangerous storm tornado. They're saying this could be a potentially deadly tornado developing. Those of you in Baylor County, from Red Springs to Seymour, to Maybell, whatever, you need to be in a safe place. Stephen is getting absolutely walloped by wind and rain. Look at that. I don't know what he's looking at, but it ain't good, that's for sure. So again, tornado now about 8 miles west of Seymour, moving east at 25 miles an hour. Those of you in Seymour to Mabel, please be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor. Center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Circulation just took a southeast turn in the last scan. Yeah, that thing's moving more east-southeast now. This thing's moving southeast. That's going to increase the danger to Seymour. That's going to increase the danger to our storm chasers on Highway 82. This thing may cut them off. They have to be real careful. And they are. You can see they're barely moving east. Here's the velocity. You can see very strong velocity couplet with this. Bright blue against bright pink. Tornado, if it continues, is now 6 miles west of the city of Seymour, moving east-southeast. And if Steven's listening, he needs to check his cam. It's a little high-angled. So again,
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell and Throckmorton County in Texas.
okay, so he's still back west. That's fine. Okay, so let's measure. There's your tornado, bright pink against bright green. You could see last scan a minute ago, it's 6 miles west of Seymour. So again, large dangerous tornado likely now just 6 miles west of Seymour, moving east-southeast now towards town. Seymour. Urgent call to action. Prepare for the possibility of a tornado entering Seymour in the next 15 minutes. Those of you in Seymour, you need to go to a safe place now. That's either a basement to cellar or lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If there's a tidbit of good news here. It's that the circulation, while it is still there, is weakening a bit. Circulation is now 5 miles northwest of Seymour, not as strong as it was a few minutes ago. We've got winds moving towards the radar at about 40. We've got winds moving towards away from the radar at about 40. So we have 80-mile-an-hour winds here versus 150 a few minutes ago. But that doesn't mean the threat is gone or over. We definitely still have the potential of a tornado here with this thunderstorm. Now, 4 to 5 miles west of the city of Seymour, moving towards the city of Seymour at 25 miles per hour. Y'all need to take your tornado safety precautions if you're in Seymour. If you know anyone in Seymour out here southwest of Wichita Falls, please let them know. A tornado is approaching town from the west, along with baseball-sized hail. This storm also has a history of producing winds near 100 miles an hour that aren't related to a tornado. We're keeping an eye on Storm Chaser Stephen Jones' feed as he moves off to the east. And again, if you want to help us out here, you can do that. Hit the like button on the video you're watching. That helps us in the land of social media algorithms. If you want, share the video with friends and family that may be in the impacted areas. Help them receive life-saving weather information. All right, very quickly, let's take another look at the HRRR. We're going to only do this about 60 seconds, and we'll get back to coverage. We'll make sure we're not missing any storms, and we'll continue with coverage. But I want to give folks that are watching just another glance real quick of what we have going on here. So we're going to go back to the statewide view. I'm going to show you what the forecast is for tonight into tomorrow morning. And then those of you that are watching this now, please do us the huge favor when folks come in 45 seconds asking what's going to happen, you can answer them and let them know because you saw this. You could be like, no, you're fine, or yeah, you're going to have storms. Here you go. This is what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing tonight into tomorrow morning. We're going to have storms in the Big Country, the Permian Basin, into Texoma, Northwest Texas, even North Texas tomorrow morning with hail, strong winds, heavy rain. And yes, this evening there is the possibility we keep dealing with a tornado threat with these storms as they approach and move past Wichita Falls and further east into Texoma. But here you go. It's going to storm tonight. We're going to have more storms develop West Texas, the Permian Basin, moving up towards Abilene.
Storm report from 3 miles east of Monday in Knox County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public.
And a threat of flooding. Significant flooding tonight, I think. Oh, that's not a good sign. Jason, if you're listening, I think it's reforming a new cirque way farther north. I think this one's... Oh, boy, that's not good. So this is what we expect tonight. So those of you watching, do us the huge favor of now you know. You can help answer questions in the chat with folks that come in over the next 20 minutes wondering what's going to happen. All right, we need to get back to this. Dangerous situation in Baylor County here in Northwest Texas. First off, real quick, Permian Basin, let's take a quick look. We got some hailers. Storm southwest of La Mesa. We have another storm southwest of La Mesa moving towards La Mesa with hail. There is the potential for severe storms with large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes in North Texas, DFW, and Northeast Texas tomorrow afternoon and evening. We have this storm that is southwest of Irion, moving northeast towards town. That could have tennis ball-sized hail. So Irion, I'm probably mispronouncing it again. As this moves, Irion, moving northeast, tennis ball-sized hail, possible in town in the next 20 minutes as that storm moves towards town. Irion, heads up, there you go. La Mesa, you've got a storm developing southwest of town with large hail, damaging winds, could have a nasty hailstorm again in town. You're all good. You have a good day? Good. All right, so, yeah, clearly I'd never turn the lights on. You're more than welcome to. We got this nasty supercell near Seymour. What I was just talking about with a new circulation.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Dawson County in Texas.
So here is where the circulation was previously. That was Tornado 1. That's starting to die out, I think. I think we're having a new circulation develop a little farther northwest up here. This would be probably about 4 miles north of Highway 82 and Red Springs. If that's right, this is going to shift the threat of a tornado farther north. And that's not good for those of you on Highway 82. If you were watching 10 minutes ago, I was talking about how there's a boundary up from near Iowa Park to Shepherd Air Force Base to Byers. That's stationary, but that is kind of trying to pull storms farther north. If that ends up verifying, this storm is going to try to get turned north towards Wichita Falls, which would increase the threat of significant severe weather in Wichita Falls by 8 to 8:30 p.m., with the threat of very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a tornado threat. Let me see if I can find that boundary. I can't show you the boundary easily on this radar. We've got what's called some quality control. Let me see if I turn it off. But here, let me show you. The boundary is right here. I'm worried this storm is going to get pulled north on this boundary versus moving due east. We need to see if that happens. If it gets turned north, we're going to have a problem for Highway 82, 277, all the way up through Holiday to Wichita Falls. If the storm keeps just moving due east, this is going to be more of an issue for Archer City and Windthirst. So please keep that in mind as this storm continues to develop. And yeah, we have a circulation developing right here, I think. You can see new tornado developing now just northwest of Seymour. This is going to pull the tornado threat prey a little north of Seymour, right now about 4 to 5 miles northwest of Seymour. This is going to make it move closer to Maybell. So Maybell, this is going to be a threat to you. Maybell, go ahead and get moved into a safe place. I think the circulation got pulled north, which is going to try to keep this north of Seymour, but this is going to be a direct threat to Maybell now. Hail indications are increasing as well, so this storm is cycled, and it's about to, unfortunately, probably bring a really nasty hook around. Here's the how hard it's raining mode. You can see that new hook, big hook. All this inflow being sucked into this storm, really increasing the tornado threat now across northeastern Baylor County. This means those of you in northwestern Archer County, Wichita County, heads up, this may end up being a significant threat to you over the next 2 hours. So we are definitely going to have problems with that. So those of you in Seymour, north of Seymour, lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible as this nasty storm with the potential for baseball-sized hail, damaging winds, and a tornado continues moving now almost more to the northeast than east. Here's a storm from east of Monday to Weinart. This storm could have large hail up to the size of golf balls, 70-plus mile-an-hour winds. That's moving east at about 35 miles an hour towards Olney, meaning those of you in northern Throckmorton County, into Young County, eventually towards, what is that, Archer County? Yeah, cool, I know my counties. You're going to have a problem. And again, we got reports on Highway 277 from Monday all the way almost to Seymour now of power poles snapped, sheet metal in fields. So again, this whole line is producing damaging winds of 70 to 100 miles an hour. And then the potential now for a tornado really increasing just north of Seymour. You can see how that hook's wrapping around, folks. We're about to get a big tornado here, about 5 miles north of Seymour, moving right towards Maybell. Those of you in Maybell, take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes, helmets if you forgot one. But again, Maybell here is right here. And we want folks to be in a safe place. It's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. You can just throw all that down. You can watch whatever. So, Maybell, please be in a safe place. This storm is moving east-northeast at, the Weather Service says it is moving at 30 miles per hour. So let's put a new storm track on this. And we're going to put a track at 35 miles an hour.
severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Pecos County in Texas.
And again, we do have other storms, but we're focusing on the most life-threatening storms right now. It's going to be these nasty, nasty tornadic storms just north of Seymour, all the way down towards areas just northwest of Throckmorton. Could have 70 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds, baseball size hail, and just north of Seymour, we probably have a tornado trying to develop right now, moving towards Maybell. So those of you in Maybell, that's going to be a need to take urgent safety precautions. Let me go ahead. We're going to put a storm track on this from the leading edge of the damaging winds and possible tornado. I'm going to do it like this just to encompass. So if this continues on its present track, those of you in Maybell, the next 15 minutes. Those of you at the intersection of, well, Highway 277/82 and Highway 25. What is that? The Menkins area. So Maybell to Menkins, you're in the danger zone. Those of you in Menkins, 7:40 to 7:45 arrival time. Those of you in Holiday, just southwest of Wichita Falls, 7:50 to 7:55, bringing this up into Wichita Falls at 8:05 to 8:15. If this storm takes a farther south track, well, it doesn't matter. You're still going to have storms. Archer City, about 7:55 to 8 p.m. That's going to be the potential for destructive hurricane force winds, very heavy rain, hail, and a possible tornado. And these storms continue to race east-northeast at 75 at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. And again, here is the latest reflectivity mode. And I'll show you a loop of this over the last 20 minutes or so. And again, you can see how that first hook occluded or wrapped into the storm. And now we have this new hook that is particularly concerning. You can see how that has kind of pushed out. That's your rear flank downdraft pushing out the south side of the circulation. And as that wraps around and back into the storm, that's going to tighten up the circulation like a skater or a ballerina, having their arms out, then bringing them in to their body so they're able to rotate and spin faster on ice or whatever. And that's what this storm's doing again. That's the process of a cyclic supercell. So again, we probably have a tornado developing west of Maybell now by, at this point, maybe 6 miles. And Maybell, again, I'll put it on the map because our map doesn't have it. It's right there. And I'll show you on a different map here in just a second. Here it is here. So again, here's the circulation. Here's Maybell. This is moving now up Highway 82. Unfortunately, this is going to be more of an issue as it kind of just tries to track farther north. Now, if it can stay south, that's going to save Wichita Falls, Menkins, Holiday, but put places like Scotland, Lakeside City under threat. So keep that in mind. Farther south, line of storms approaching Highway 283 from pretty much south of Seymour to north of Throckmorton. These storms, the potential for damaging winds of 70+ miles an hour, the potential for golf ball size hail to tennis ball size hail, and yeah, the potential for a tornado. I'll zoom out, let y'all look at this for a second, and it's moving east-northeast at about 30 miles per hour. All right, I am going to stop talking for about 45 seconds. I'm going to drink some water. So you're not going to hear anything for about 45 seconds. Then we'll continue with live severe weather coverage. One of y'all got hit by tennis balls. Come on now, let's not do that. Okay, so there, you got to watch a live stream. If we're not talking about you, that's a good thing. We're talking about Northwest Texas. Here, y'all want to know who I want to focus on downstream? Let's draw my own little polygon box of nonsense. It's going to be like this. There. Throckmorton along the north of Highway 380 to Denton, to Gainesville, Red River. Throckmorton to Denton to Gainesville, Wichita Falls. You're under the threat zone for the next 3 hours up here. That's where this line of storms is going to be moving most likely. Staying north of most of DFW, staying north of I-20 by a good distance, staying north of probably even most of 380, unless it builds a little south. So let's zoom out. We got some storms in the Permian Basin, West Texas. We got a little hailer now that is out near La Mesa. We talked about that a little earlier. La Mesa, you're going to get hail for like the 50th time today. Again, no tornado threat with this storm. You could have quarter-size hail, 1-inch diameter size hail. Potential now for a significant large rain-wrapped tornado 4 miles west of Maybell in Baylor County. Seymour, tornado threat for you is staying north of town. Seymour, you're clear from tornado, but you have very strong winds. Potential for a large destructive tornado now that is wrapped in rain developing near Maybell. I'll show you that in a minute. Back south, Irion, or however you pronounce it, I'll remember it one day, but not today. Y'all are getting hail right now. Storm passing just north of town. Little rotation even noted. We'll have to keep an eye on that, but it's very weak for now. All right, so there you go. We talked about who's under threat for the next while, who's dealing with what we've got. Okay, retweet that. We've got damage west of Seymour on Highway 82 from what was probably a tornado. We have a new tornado now approaching Highway 283 and Highway 82, where the community of Maybell is located. That is a violent looking little spinny doom there. There, I said spinny doom. Those of you who had on your bingo card, Merry Christmas. Those of you who don't care, Merry Christmas. This is a probable tornado. You can see this thing has more attitude than I do when I'm over-caffeinated. This is very not good. Winds moving towards the radar, 100 miles an hour. Winds moving away from the radar, 90 miles an hour. You want to know what happens when those come together? Big, bad, very mad, uh-oh, spaghetti-o, half-mile wide rain-wrapped tornado. So again, this thing is all sorts of unhappy. Those of you at northeast of Seymour, up Highway 82, 277 to Maybell, up Highway 183 from Maybell north to the Wilburger County line. Large, dangerous, rain-wrapped tornado. You will not see it. This is going to look like a big blob of heavy rain and hail that's just got a lot of clouds moving into it. You're not going to see the bloody thing. It is wrapped in hail and rain, so don't even bother going outside looking to try. I know everybody out there, myself included, typically goes outside. Highway 114, 277, 82. This is a beautiful stretch of highway to look for tornadoes and storms on. It is clear as a bell. But guess what? This thing's rain-wrapped. You're not going to see it. It is wrapped in heavy rain and hail. This thing's like its own little baby land hurricane. This thing's got attitude. So be in a safe place. Seymour, you're getting blasted by strong winds. Guess what? You're getting blasted by strong winds all the way down Highway 283 to north of Throckmorton. And that's going to continue. This whole complex is moving east, northeast at 30 miles an hour. Weather Service has this warned to 90-mile-an-hour winds because we had a 95-mile-an-hour wind gust measured in Benjamin. We had storm chasers in Benjamin that got hit by 95-mile-an-hour driven baseballs and streamed it live. You can go watch the video. It's all over our social medias, wherever you follow us on social media. You can watch us on our Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps to your device. You want to track the storms, you can do so with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And we just put the hail video on our YouTube channel, Texas Storm Chasers. So, again, those of you in Maybell, we need you to be in a safe place. Seymour, you're doing a lot better. Tornado's going to stay northeast of Seymour, but you're still getting blasted with strong winds. We're going to have to start looking downstream, though, places from, Wichita Falls all the way down to Olney, including Archer City, Holiday. You're going to be in a problem situation soon. All right, let me check some machine learning data, and this suggests the tornado threat may continue into Texoma. So let me put a loop-de-doop-de on this. I didn't mean to zoom in, but oh well, life is life. We'll play Little Land Hurricane north of Seymour. I hit the wrong button. So here's just the radar over the last half hour. You can see this thing has been flying east. You can see the rotation, that storm north of Seymour. You can see the whole thing just spinning like a little hurricane. We got live video from Stephen Jones. I don't know where he is, but wherever he is, he's getting annihilated by wind right now. A lot of wind.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Archer, Baylor, Wichita, and Wilbarger County in Texas.
Oh, well, that's nice. Okay, so let's talk about this because a lot of y'all just got phone alerts, and we'll talk about why. You're going to see the box pop up in a second, but that new warning is going to include places from Electra to Iowa Park to west side of Wichita Falls to Holiday to Archer City to north of Olney. Let's talk about what is going on. A line, well, technically a complex of intense supercell thunderstorms producing hurricane force winds of 80 to 100 miles per hour, tennis ball size hail, flooding rainfall, and a tornado near Maybell is moving east at 30 miles per hour. This line of storms has a history of producing winds up to 100 miles per hour, tornadoes, and earlier this afternoon, softball to DVD size hail. Thankfully, hail sizes have come down a bit. We're only talking about golf ball to tennis ball now. I know, isn't that great? With winds of 80 to 100 miles an hour. This is a very windy complex of storms, and there are embedded tornadoes that are wrapped in heavy rain. You are not going to see them because they're hidden by the rain. I mean, this thing's just a big old hurricane now from Seymour up to Maybell. This thing's got attitude, and it continues to move east, northeast at 30 miles an hour. So those of you from Electra to Iowa Park to Wichita Falls, down through Holiday, Menkins, Archer City, Lakeside City, Scotland, Windthirst, all the way back to Megarol, I mispronounced it, it is what it is, to west over. A complex of intense thunderstorms producing hurricane force winds over 80 to 100 miles per hour. Golf ball to tennis ball size hail being thrown sideways by said winds, and the possibility of a tornado northeast of Seymour are moving east, east-northeast at 30 to 35 miles per hour. This complex of storms has a history of producing wind damage.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Jackson and Tillman County in Oklahoma, Wilbarger County in Texas,
all the way back to Benjamin. Benjamin had 95-mile-an-hour winds, baseball-size hail. We showed you earlier. And that's what continues now. You can see we've got winds attacking Stephen Jones. He's in Seymour, Texas. You can see the highway sign trying to become a piece of airborne debris. We'll see if it manages to do so. And again, we have a lot of folks watching on some different social networks, our website, our mobile app. So let me just go ahead and say thank you. We know many of you have been sending in stars and super chats. I just want to acknowledge and thank you for your generosity, your donations. We're busy with severe weather coverage right now, so we're not able to, individually thank folks. We'll go back later and do so, but I just want to thank you kindly. It's not a requirement to watch our live streams. We're never going to monetize this stuff, but we appreciate those of you who've been purchasing merch, t-shirts, bumper stickers, the donations, we really appreciate it. So thank you for those super chats and stars. And everybody, thank you for helping us out with the chats, answering questions. And our amazing moderators. So let's talk about this. Let's put a timeline on it, and we'll try to give y'all downstream of these nasty storms an idea of what is heading your way. All right, we're going to do 32 miles an hour. So this line of storms will approach or enter Wichita Falls by 8:10 p.m. We're looking at about 7:50 in Holiday, 7:55 to 8 p.m. for Archer City, 7:55 to 8 p.m. in Olney, about 7:35 in Megarol. We've got about 7:40 for Cadane Corner and Menkins. And then eventually about 8:15 to 8:20 for Windthorst and Scotland. So again, Iowa Park, 7:50 to 7:55. Wichita Falls, 8:10 to 8:15 for this line of storms. Now, that does not mean everyone in this timeline is going to be getting hit with a tornado, softball-sized hail, or 100-mile-an-hour winds. Some of you will, unfortunately. But, again, that is why your cell phones went yippity-yappity-boppity-boo and played the scary sound of doom just for you. If we are getting shirts, I want a Baldy-in-Chief stuffed animal. My better half approves. We'll work on it.
Texas local storm report from RENW Seymour in Baylor County, Texas. Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 106 miles per hour. Reported by Messonnier.
Wow! Okay, so, you heard that? 106 mile per hour wind gust just northwest of Seymour, measured by the West Texas Mesonet. Holy moly, guaca bloody moly. So again, 106 mile per hour wind gust measured just northwest of Seymour. That might have been the tornadic circulation, honestly. So let me confirm that. But 106 mile per hour wind gust just northwest of Seymour, measured by the West Texas Mesonet. And Seymour is still gusting to 84 miles an hour right now. So again, 106 mile an hour wind gust just northwest of Seymour off FM 1153 and County Road 111. Currently still gusting to 84 miles an hour. So again, Seymour, you're in a hurricane. 106 mile an hour wind gust. Sweet baby Moses, that is a big problem. So again, tornado or not, Mama Nature don't care. 106 mile an hour wind gust is almost an EF2 tornado, I think. That's damaging. Folks. That is a high-end Category 2 hurricane, and that will mess some stuff up. So again, 106 mile per hour wind gust measured in the last 15 minutes northwest of Seymour near FM, 1103, 1104, a couple miles north of Seymour, and it's still windy up there. So again, 106 mile an hour gust. Okay, I'm beyond that. Let's move on. So again, that is this storm near Maybell. That is the storm moving towards Holiday and Archer City, producing now winds of not 80 to 100 miles an hour, but 90 to 110 miles an hour, folks. Guess what? You want to know what the difference between 110 mile an hour tornado and 110 mile an hour straight line winds are? Not a bloody thing. It's both going to mess your stuff up. So please treat this storm seriously because it has attitude. It has oomph. It has my sun chips? Sad. It's a problem. Baldy's going sweat mode, folks. Sorry. Baldy's going to drink some water and stay hydrated. Baldy will drink liquid IV soon. All right, and for those of you asking, the merch is at texasstormchasers.store. You can go to texasstormchasers.store, texasstormchasers.com/store. If you're watching us on YouTube, the merch is actually on this channel, too. You can just, well, you can find it. Yeah, we need to get me a sweatband, right? Well, here, we'll just do this. Technically, I could just put my beanie on, probably. I think it's on the bed somewhere. I'll find it later. So, there we go. We're going sweatband mode for Baldy-in-Chief. And here we go. So, let's continue on with severe weather coverage. And again, folks, I want to emphasize. Do you know where it is? Eat your dinner. Eat your dinner. All right, so we continue on with severe weather coverage. Let me load the animation. And we'll just keep an eye on what's going on. So again, that was 106 mile an hour wind gusts just northwest of Seymour. That's, that'll ruin your day. What is this up near Frederick, Oklahoma? Okay, and what it's worth, we've actually...
Tornado warning for northwestern Archer County in northern Texas, northeastern Baylor County in northern Texas. Until 8 p.m. CDT. 0720 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Mobile, moving east at 25 miles per hour.
All right, so this is going to be a tornado warning now into Archer County. This is going to be for a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado and 110 mile an hour straight line winds near Mobile. This storm has the potential of producing tennis ball size hail and tornado. This is going to be moving towards Dundee, Menkins, Mobile, Lake Kickapoo, Lake Diversion, and eastern Lake Kemp. This tornado warning includes Dundee, Menkins to near Holiday, west of Archer City, moving from west to east at 25 miles an hour. All right. Be right back. Merry Christmas. I've replaced the white sweatshirt with a white black hat. I'm dyslexic. It's a Monday. I don't know. All right, so it's going to be a tornado warning into Archer County. This does include the communities of Dundee, Menkins. This includes places like Maybell, Lake Kickapoo, Lake Diversion, eastern Lake Kemp, just southwest of Holiday and west of Archer City. A severe thunderstorm with a history of producing a 106 mile per hour wind gust, either from a tornado or straight line winds just north of Seymour, is moving east at 25 miles an hour. This thunderstorm is going to be a particularly unpleasant situation for those of you downstream. Line of storms extends south out of Seymour all the way down towards areas just north of Throckmorton. Second core of very strong winds, heavy rain, and hail will be approaching Westover and Mayoral on Highway 114 between Olney and Seymour in the next 30 minutes. And for what it's worth, I wouldn't be shocked if we have a tornadic circulation developing just west of Frederick, Oklahoma right now, moving northeast. In fact, we've got little cells developing all the way up there. Those should be elevated. Hopefully, for their sake, they are, but they better not take out all my computer servers. All right, so this is the line of storms. All right, it seems about time we take a look at the state view again. So let's do that. Then we'll take a look at the timing overnight and tell folks who's going to get hit with baseball-sized hail and all that annoying stuff. So, as we go through this, I'll show you what's going on right now. You can see the satellite over the last few hours. Let me be clear. We're going to try to do this about every 20 minutes. And those of you watching now, it's now your responsibility to help us communicate to folks that are going to be impacted tonight or not be impacted, because like 30 people are going to join the live stream here in about 50 seconds. and they're going to ask, what about me? What about you? Why are we not being talked about? Oh no, poo-poo, whatever. So again, you can see we got a cluster of storms moving towards Big Lake, northwest of Ozana with hail. We have a cluster of storms extending from Throckmorton to east of Seymour to west of Menkins to Electra. These storms just northeast of Seymour produced 106-mile-an-hour wind gust in Seymour, moving east at 30 miles an hour. Okay, so that's what's going on right now. There's a severe storm in La Mesa, too, by the way. That thing, I was going to say is weakening. It may not be. I may just be lying. Let's take a look. La Mesa, you're probably getting hailed on again. My apologies. Whoever your least favorite person is, blame them for it. And then we've got that nasty storm that's moving towards Big Lake. That could have golf ball size hail moving northeast. Notice we have no other storms right now except near Haskell. That will change tonight. Let me go ahead. We're going to turn everything off. And we're going to show you what is going on as we go into tonight. And then hopefully y'all will be kind enough to help us out here and let us know, or let folks know that are about to join over the next 20 minutes what is going on in terms of the forecast tonight if they ask about their location. Did you just eat dinner on the kitchen floor? Why?
To support the ball.
No. We are not going to interrupt your evening. I'm displeased. All right, so let's take a look at the high-res rapid refresh model. This is going to go from 8 p.m. through 7 a.m. And again, this is just going to show you what this model shows for storms overnight, which means, by the way, in case you're wondering, yeah, it's going to storm. So those of you in the Permian Basin, the Big Country, Northwest Texas, West Texas, and Western North Texas, guess what? It's going to storm overnight. We're going to have a whole big thing of storms fire up. Now, they'll be less intense than what we're dealing with now, but some of these will be producing large hail. Some of these will produce strong winds. Some of these could, maybe a tornado, a lot of heavy rain and flooding. Yes, that's probably going to be the most widespread threat. Lightning and flooding overnight into Wednesday morning. In the Big Country, Northwest Texas, Wichita Falls, Abilene, Snyder, Stamford, Olney, even back west towards Spur and maybe Lubbock. Guess what? Nasty, nasty, nasty winds. Thank you for that super chat, Dark Borg. 1, resistance is futile. 2, Denton is in a tornado watch now through the evening. Some of these storms coming in from the west may impact y'all or skirt just north of y'all going into the, let's just say 9 to 11 p.m. time frame. There will be storms coming in from the west tomorrow morning that could have some gusty winds, some hail, some heavy rain. So this is what is going to happen overnight into tomorrow morning. So those of you asking, what about the 8th blade of grass in my backyard at 4:59 a.m.? Well, folks, I have great news for you. We have invested in an amazing tool for you to use. It's called the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, where you can get your local weather forecast, interactive weather radar, your daily Texas weather roundup forecast videos from yours truly, along with a written blog, and live severe weather coverage. That app will work no matter where you are in the United States and give you a 7-day forecast straight from the National Weather Service. Enjoy it, utilize it. That will help you with your local info. We have now talked about the forecast. Let's get on.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Crockett County in Texas.
Let's get on with what is going on now. And make sure real quick I have not missed anything super duper important. And thank you, Guava Ball, for the super chat and generous donation earlier. Appreciate it. A couple of them, actually. Thank you. Really do appreciate it. And thank you on Facebook, those sending in stars. We appreciate that as well. All right, so this is what we're dealing with right now as we get, well, it's 7:30 p.m. We've got a cluster of severe thunderstorms currently extending from Electra to just west of Holiday, east of Seymour, west of Archer City, west of Megarol, moving east at 30 miles an hour. The most intense portion of these storms are, at this point, coming up to Dundee, Mankins, west of Archer City, moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour. Wichita Falls, you're going to get some heavy rain, some strong winds. Those of you all the way down Highway 79 from Wichita Falls through Archer City to Olney, you're going to be getting in on some heavy rain, wind, maybe a bit of hail. I will say the good news is over the last several minutes, that rotational signature has really come down on this. We're not seeing that super organized rotation anymore, but that definitely does not mean we are clear. It just means, well, it's recycling. This thing is still pushing out a lot of very strong wind, heavy rain, and hail. So Throckmorton to Megarol, Holiday, heads up. You're going to be dealing with storms over the next little while. And again, this line is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for some folks to get hail up to the size of tennis balls. Straight line winds over 80 miles an hour. And yeah, there is some rotation. Patty Dooley, thank you very much for your generous super chat. We really appreciate it. And we're glad to do it. What time was this from? 29. All right, let's take a look. And right now I'm just looking at some data off screen, make sure I'm not missing anything. Again, nasty wind with this whole complex from near Maybell to west of Megarol, or Gargle, to just north of Throckmorton. Moving off to the east at about 30 miles per hour. And folks in the chats, if you're able to help folks that have just joined in and they're asking about locations, if you were watching that forecast a few minutes ago, be so kind. If you'd be, how nice, well, dyslexic Dave moment. Help us out and answer the question nicely, because there are a lot of folks that keep joining. All right. Let's switch this back to Adam Lucio. Wilmer Valleys, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Really appreciate it. We're starting to take on more of a comma head type feature here versus a supercellular tornado threat. And what that means is, notice we're kind of dealing with a backwards hook here now. And that kind of makes sense. We're dealing with a lot of straight line winds. We're dealing with a lot of wind being pushed out by this thunderstorm. And now we have a tornado warning up in Frederick, Oklahoma for a storm trying to take out the bloody radar with a tornado. Can we not? Well, that's just not nice. That's north of the boundary. Great. Good to know. Apparently north of the boundary is still going to try to do it. So again, what you're looking at here on the How Hard It's Raining mode is a big cluster of wind, rain, and even some hail. A lot of wind getting pushed out by this storm, and then you have a little circulation kind of wrapping back around on with a comma head feature, which could have hurricane force winds.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Reagan County in Texas.
And some hail. Barbara Burke, thank you so much for that generous super chat. And as this line of storms, which it really is now, it's more of a line than just a supercell, continues to move east at about 30 miles an hour. The potential exists for it to produce damaging winds, large hail. I mean, some folks may end up getting hail up to the size of tennis balls, but hopefully the hail threats really come down. Very heavy rain that could cause flooding, and a lot of these storms are producing a lot of lightning. So if I loop this, you'll be able to see this thing northeast of Seymour is almost acting like a little hurricane. It's not a hurricane, but it's spinning so much that you can see it actually rotating. Almost have rain bands kind of developing into it that are acting like little octopus. Well, what are the octopus things called? I don't know. Just pretend it's an octopus with its tentacles. There you go. Thank you. You can see it just rotating around. I have 2 radar sources on here. How about we not? And with that, there's just a lot of wind being pushed out by this. So Wichita Falls, you're going to be getting hit with rain and storms in the next 30 to 40 minutes. I will say, Wichita Falls, I think the worst is going to go south of town. Unless something changes here, you're going to get, I mean, you're still probably going to have some gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning, but the worst should go to your south. I think the worst is heading towards Archer City, Holiday down to Archer City, and then eventually towards Scotland and Windthorst, and then eventually Clay County. But we've seen an evolution change here. This has definitely evolved from a supercellular, semi-discrete supercell with big, bad, very mad hook into more of a cluster with lots of straight line winds, embedded small circulations, some hail. The hail threats come down too. Earlier we were talking about softballs and DVD size hail up to 5 inches. Now I think we're probably talking, golf ball in spots. And not everyone's going to be dealing with hail. Well, thank you, Jennifer, Texas, New Girl, Wyoming, or heading north to Wyoming. We appreciate that generous super chat, and we also appreciate you being one of our amazing moderators here. So Wichita Falls, you're going to start getting hit by some nasty lightning soon. You're going to be getting hit with some strong winds, but the worst is going to go to your south, I think. And that will allow you to hopefully move on with your evening soon. But you're going to have more storms overnight tomorrow morning with nasty wind. Downstream of this, let me just, scoot east. You want me to set your laptop up? All right. You can see eventually this will make it farther east. We'll have a new warning coming across the magical laptop in a second, but that'll be for northern Yum into Jack County.
Storm warning has been issued for Jack and Young County in Texas.
So these storms are moving east at about 30 miles an hour. That means those of you, Henrietta, Jacksboro, Bowie, Nocona, eventually towards Munster and Gainesville in the next several hours, this all is going to be your problem, with the potential for strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some hail, and we can't rule out a spin-up tornado or two. We're looking better right now. I think we've transitioned to more of a linear mode versus a discrete supercell mode, which is going to allow for these storms. I mean, we're going to have a lot of damaging winds, but the threat for giant hail is decreasing. I'm hoping the threat of tornadoes is going to be decreasing, although it is low, and the potential exists for heavy rain with flooding, lightning. But I think the main threat is going to be lightning, heavy rain with flooding, the potential for nasty wind and some hail over the next 3 hours as this line of storms continues moving east at 30. I do think it will make it to I-35, probably along and north of Highway 380. And we'll take a look at 7:50 p.m. at the timeline overnight and tomorrow. But the good news is I don't think they're going to extend this tornado warning past 8 p.m. unless something changes.
Texas local storm report from 5 miles southwest of Dundee in Baylor County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.00 inch. Reported by public. Additional information. Report from Bing. Quarter. 1 inch.
So, those of you asking, I guess I can just show you real quick. If we have a risk of severe weather tomorrow in DFW in North Texas. Well, let me stop drawing like a kindergartner and I'll show you real quick. All right, let's just press some buttons. The answer, by the way, is yes. We do have the threat of severe storms in North Texas, Northeast Texas, Texoma, into Central Texas tomorrow. I think part of this will be upgraded. Specifically, I guess one way to do it, here you go, is here's the tornado threat this afternoon and evening. Here's the tornado threat tomorrow. Same as today, low, but we do think there may be some enhancement here we're going to have to worry about. That does include DFW, that includes North Texas, that includes Northeast Texas. We're going to have some storms rolling in around 8 to 9 a.m. tomorrow. We may have more storms coming in from the west tomorrow afternoon and evening. Thank you, Kentucky Route Zero from Silver Lining Tours. Hope you're enjoying your tour and hope you are staying safe. Thank you so much for your generous donation. So that is what is going to happen tomorrow. We're going to be busy tomorrow. If you want to know the forecast for tomorrow, here, I'll find it real quick. I'll put it in the chats. And it'll have the information on what we expect. I just put it in the chat. You'll see it pop up shortly. We have a video. We have a written weather blog with graphics. You can read in our mobile app if you want. I bet most of y'all didn't know we do videos every day. All right. Thank you so much, Paul G. Thank you so much, Jennifer, again, for those generous super chats. And we'll have a renewed severe weather threat tomorrow afternoon and evening, North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas, probably down into Central Texas. So here is what the satellite looks like. Let me go ahead and turn off the satellite, just the radar. Here's what we're looking at over the last several hours. Let me get rid of some of these icons. Try to knock some of these down. But again, looks like the tornado warning has been canceled. So that is the good news for Dundee, Menkins. Tornado warning has been canceled for Baylor and Archer County. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing 60 to 80 mile an hour winds, quarter to golf ball size hail, heavy rain that could result in flooding. So again, that is now a severe thunderstorm warning from Iowa Park all the way down to Archer City. With that nasty line of thunderstorms moving east at about 30 miles per hour.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Throckmorton County in Texas.
And you can also see we've got storms moving farther east. Abilene is going to get storms overnight. They haven't developed yet, but you will get storms overnight with a pretty significant threat of flooding. You guys could get a lot of rain overnight with a lot of flooded roads by tomorrow morning. Then we'll look back west, southwest, La Mesa. You've got a storm over you. That's weakening. Looks like we've got a wee bit of a cell south of Andrews with some heavy rain. And then we got this thing coming up near Big Lake with some hail. We'll take a closer look at that. We'll see. All right, well, I'm reconnected to the computer. I can see my face. I can hear myself, so that's the good news. I'm back. My apologies, folks. We had a little bit of a, well, my remote connect failed, honestly. It's interesting. That seems to be a thing. I have to keep an eye on that, but we're still here. Guess we're still, if we're not live on Facebook again, we are now. So we're live on the YouTubes. We're good, folks. Sorry, my remote connection died on me. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But while we do so, I can't control anything on the stream side of things right now. That's interesting. I can't switch scenes or anything. But the good news is you can at least see and hear me. So we got a line of severe storms that currently extends from near Electra to Holiday down to just west of Olney, west of Archer City. That's going to be moving off to the east. At about 30 miles per hour. I can't click on anything. That's quite interesting. So my apologies for that, but again, Big Lake, y'all have some storms heading your way. Go back up here. Again, there's no tornado warnings, but these storms approaching Holiday, Wichita Falls, Archer City to Olney do have some very strong winds. You can see that bow right now near Holiday, Archer City. That might actually try to develop a new circulation if it can manage it. All right, so it looks like I'm able to press buttons again. That's good. So we're all back to normal. So, folks, we should be okay. We should be live again. If we're not, well, oops. All right. I see that time is double slotted. That's interesting. Let me see if I can't fix that real quick. This is out of the Seymour area. Storm chaser Stephen Jones has damage. Looks like a flipped semi on a farm or ranch. So again, Seymour had a measured wind gust of 106 mile an hour earlier with nasty wind. And that storm continues to move off to the east at 30 towards Archer City, Holiday, Olney. Thank you, A. Drew and Who Me, along with Tanya McGee, for your generous super chats. Appreciate it. Same thing, Paul G. Appreciate y'all and your generous donations. We'll put this loop back on. I'm going to check on the temperature in my office and see if that had anything to do with it. Electra has a nasty storm, but I don't think y'all need to be in shelter. Severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll have a new one here shortly, probably for the Highway 281 corridor from Wichita Falls all the way down 281 to probably near Jacksboro. This line of storm's moving east now at about 40. I'll turn the loop back on for you. You can see we have no tornado warnings. Just some very heavy rain, some strong winds, very strong winds. And we're going to have an issue with flooding overnight. All right. Can I get you anything? Okay. So the good news is we have no tornado warnings. We have some nasty severe thunderstorm warnings, though. We're getting a new one.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Cotton County in Oklahoma, Archer, Baylor, Clay, Wichita, and Wilbarger County in Texas.
So here you can see we've got a nasty line of storms now. This new severe thunderstorm warning includes Wichita Falls, Burke-Burnett, Henrietta, Petrolia, Jolly, Scotland, Lakeside City, Windthorst, all the way down through Archer City, and Dick Worsham. Line of storms capable of now producing winds to 70 miles an hour, ping pong ball size hail, and the line's moving east at 35 miles an hour. So, y'all in Burke-Burnett, Wichita Falls, Jolly, Scotland, Windthorst, Henrietta, all the way down Highway 148, Highway 79, Highway 25, Highway 281, Highway 287, Highway 82, Interstate 44 around Wichita Falls. You've got a line of severe storms approaching, even Highway 79. Okay, what's this new warning for? And we've got another warning. This is going to be for winds of 80 miles an hour. Holiday, Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, Jolly, Henrietta. So this one is going to set your phones off, and they may sound the sirens for this. A little bit of a circulation just southeast of Menkins.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Archer, Clay, and Wichita County in Texas.
Okay, so this is going to be for winds up, hurricane force winds to 80 miles an hour. This is going to set your phones off. This is going to include Holiday, Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, Scotland, Henrietta, and Jolly, Dean, and Petrolia. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing hurricane force winds and ping pong ball size hail is located near Menkins down to northwest of Archer City. This little line of storms is also capable of producing a brief tornado. It's going to be moving east-northeast up towards Wichita Falls. It's riding Highway 82 up to Wichita Falls. This will impact Wichita Falls, Lakeside City, and Scotland. The potential for hurricane force winds over 80 miles an hour. This dangerous to destructive severe thunderstorm could impact.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Haskell and Throckmorton County in Texas.
The potential for hurricane force winds. including places Wichita Falls, Henrietta, Holiday, Petrolia, Scotland, Dean, Jolly, Lake Arrowhead, Menkins, Lake Kickapoo, and Lakeside City. This is an extremely dangerous situation with tornado-like wind speeds expected. Mobile homes and high-profile vehicles are especially vulnerable and susceptible to winds of this magnitude and may be overturned. For your protection, move to an interior room on the lowest floor of a building. This storm has the potential to cause significant property damage and injury. And again, this is going to be for this storm moving northeast towards Jolly, Wichita Falls, Henrietta, Lakeside City, from near Holiday and Archer City. The potential for winds of 70 to 80 miles per hour with this dangerous thunderstorm as it moves to the northeast. We also have a severe thunderstorm, a line of storms all the way back south to Olney now, capable of producing nasty winds over 70 miles an hour. And we actually have some hailstorms starting to build back all the way to Haskell. Thank you, 89, for your generous donation. Super chat. We appreciate it. So again, we're going to have more storms later tonight with hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding moving over these same areas. So expect more storms overnight into Wednesday morning. This line of storms is moving east, east-northeast at about, I think they said 35 to 40 miles an hour. We'll do 40. I'll put a storm track on this just to give you all an idea of where this is going over the next hour. Let me do it this way. I'm kind of giving us a little buffer here. I'll do 40. So this will be in Wichita Falls in the next 15 minutes. Petrolia, 8:30 to 8:40. Henrietta, 8:35, 8:30 to 8:40. We'll go with that, 8:30, 8:40. Bellevue, 8:50 to 9 p.m. Areas just north of Jacksboro, 8:40 to 8:50 p.m. Burke-Burnett, the next 15 minutes. And again, if that tornado hits the bloody radar site, I am not going to be happy. We actually have a tornado trying to take out the radar site we're using up in Frederick, Oklahoma right now. That would be rather unfortunate. But again, this line of storms is moving east-northeast at about 40 to 45 miles per hour, with the potential of damaging winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, heavy rain, and hail. The potential also exists for flooding. I don't want to downplay that. We're going to have a major flooding issue going into Wednesday morning. This line of storms will likely make it to I-35 from Denton north by 11 p.m. I don't think it'll be as intense as it has been, but it'll make it there. I want to thank everyone who's been watching us this evening, whether you're watching us on YouTube, Facebook. Make sure you hit that like button. And if you feel obliged, share this video feed with your friends and family so they can receive life-saving weather information. Appreciate everybody who's been hitting that subscribe button as well. All right, it's 8 p.m. I promised y'all we would talk timeline back at 7:50, but then we had the nightly computer go boom boom problem. So let's go ahead. We're going to zoom out, and we're going to give you all a timeline for tonight into tomorrow morning. So we're going to do that. I'm going to zoom out. If I need to, I'll knock some city labels off, and yeah, I can do that real quick. We're going to load the high-res rapid refresh. I'm going to run this from 9 p.m. through 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. Now, as this data loads, I'll let it play for a little while. I'll drink some water. As you can see, we do expect storms will make it to I-35 this evening, and we're going to have another nasty round of storms overnight developing around La Mesa to Midland, moving across the big country late tonight into Wednesday morning. And some of those storms are probably going to be severe. with large hail, damaging winds, and, maybe a few tornadoes. Very heavy rain with flash flooding is going to flood a lot of roads, cause flooding on creeks and streams, and just all sorts of nonsense that we don't really want to deal with, but we're going to have to. So again, there will be more storms late tonight into Wednesday morning. Northwest Texas, the big country, the Permian Basin. The threat is not over. Here is the radar for North Texas. You can see DFW remains mostly quiet almost all evening, with maybe some storms arriving around 7 to 11 a.m. tomorrow morning. And then, after that, we're going to have some other issues. You can actually see, if this model's right, it now develops a cluster of storms in the Edwards Plateau late tonight. That would then move east across the Edwards Plateau into the hill country in south central Texas, with heavy rain and gusty winds through Austin, San Antonio before sunrise tomorrow morning. I have not seen that data up until now, so that might be an issue we'll have to watch for. Thank you, Tracy F. and Cindy B. for your generous super chats. We appreciate it. Looks like we're almost to the goal. We are seeing a circulation develop near Holiday. So again, this is what the radar is going to look like, or could look like overnight. Those of you wondering about timelines, etc. So when folks join in 30 seconds and ask, what about me? Folks in the chat, if you'd be so kind, you can answer the questions nicely. And there we go. All right, so let's continue on. We have a new tornado warning being issued. Stand by. This may include Wichita Falls. Stand by. I can tell you it's for a circulation near Holiday. I'll show you that now. So, tornado.
Tornado warning for West Central Clay County in northern Texas, northeastern Archer County in northern Texas, southeastern Wichita County in northern Texas. Until 08:30 p.m. CDT. At 08:02 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located over Holiday, moving east at 30 miles per hour.
Okay, so we have a tornado warning. This does include the city of Wichita Falls. Those of you in Wichita Falls, Lakeside City, you need to now enact your tornado safety precautions. That's going to be moving to the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And a sturdy site-built building. So a tornado warning is now in effect for Holiday, Wichita Falls, Lakeside City, to areas west of Jolly. If you are in the city of Wichita Falls, you now need to take your tornado safety precautions. It's going to be all right, folks. Just, you know what? If you're watching this, you're already in good shape because you know what's on the way. So again, those of you in Wichita Falls, Lakeside City, and Holiday, Wichita County, we need you to go ahead and move to your tornado-safe place. The lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. A possible tornado is located near Holiday, moving northeast up Highway 277 and 82 towards the city of Wichita Falls. This circulation is wrapped in heavy rain and will not be visible, so don't bother going outside and looking for it. Again, this is a tornado warning now for the city of Wichita Falls. I'll turn the radar off so you can see the warning polygon. This tornado warning includes Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, Shepherd Air Force Base, Holiday, Dean, Pleasant Valley. So again, Wichita Falls, Holiday, Dean, Shepherd Air Force Base, Lakeside City, and Pleasant Valley. You are in a tornado warning. Take your tornado safety precautions now. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And this is for a possible rain-wrapped tornado located very near or 1 mile northeast of Holiday on Highway 82, wrapped in very heavy rain. So, we need folks to be in a safe place. Robster, thank you very much for that generous super chat. We appreciate it. So, let's talk about where this is. Tanya McGee, thank you for that gift membership as well. All right, if I could zoom in on this, I'd appreciate it, Radar. So let's talk about where this is. This is a possible rain-wrapped tornado now, located northeast of Holiday by about 1 to 2 miles. Moving off to the northeast, this is crossing over the Wichita County line into Wichita County. This is going to be crossing Parker Ranch Road and Highway 82. Highway 258 there at Highway 277. And eventually, this is going to start crossing the major north-south roads heading into Wichita Falls. Wellington Lane, Turtle Creek Road, Sisk Road, heading up to the northeast. So, those of you in Wichita Falls, let me be clear. I don't think we have what I would consider to be a strong, violent, long-lived tornado down, but a tornado's a tornado, and if it comes down your street and takes your roof off or causes damage, it's a big deal for you. So we want you to be in a safe place. So that's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you're in Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, Jolly, Dean, Shepherd Air Force Base. A possible tornado, along with very strong straight-line winds, is located 2 miles northeast of Holiday on Highway 277. This possible tornado is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour up Highway 277 towards Wellington Lane, Turtle Creek Road, and eventually up into the urban sector of Wichita Falls, southwest of Highway 287 and Interstate 44. We need y'all in Wichita Falls to go ahead and give us just a few minutes of your time and take your tornado safety precautions. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, if we can do that, just give us about 15 minutes of your time and we'll be okay. So, besides that, we do have a line of intense thunderstorms extending south to Archer City, all the way down to Olney, moving east at 40 miles per hour. This thunderstorm and line of thunderstorms has the potential of producing significant wind damage due to winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour, the possibility of dangerous wind-driven hail of quarter to ping pong ball size, and the possibility of a tornado 2 miles northeast of Holiday, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. Those of you in the chats, if you're wondering about storms outside of this one, the good news is, well, if we're not talking about you, that's a good thing. We do have some storms northeast of Haskell, northwest of Throckmorton, that have the potential to produce large hail. Those are moving northeast. We have a storm near Big Lake that has the potential of producing large hail. Otherwise, our main issue remains this line of storms approaching Burke-Burnett, Holiday, Archer City to Olney. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. The potential for a rain-wrapped tornado now 2 miles northeast of Holiday, moving northeast at 35 miles an hour towards Wichita Falls. I want to be clear, I don't think this is going to be one of these big, bad, very mad tornadoes, but a tornado is a tornado. So we want y'all to be in a safe place. If you're in Wichita Falls, Lakeside City, hey, just give us a few minutes of your time, and we'll get through this quickly, and y'all can continue on with your evening. It's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet if you got one handy. If not, that's okay. Just get as low as you can. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And you know what? We'll be okie dokie. If you have folks in Wichita Falls and you think they'd appreciate watching our live severe weather coverage, just shoot them a note, send them the link to this video, and we'll be happy to give them life-saving information. So those of you in Wichita Falls, this storm will be arriving in the next 10 minutes. Again, a possible tornado now approaching Sisk Road and Highway 277 coming up from the southwest. All right. Got a report of power poles down in Holiday. We've got a report of a funnel cloud southwest of Wichita Falls. We definitely do have some nasty winds coming on in towards Wichita Falls. Even if we don't have a tornado here, we likely do have pockets of very strong straight line winds. I will admit I am starting to see some Jason, let me know if you're watching. We're starting to see some almost mini supercell structure. I wouldn't say mini supercell, but I'm starting to notice the line orientation becoming more northwest-southeast, which may increase the convergence and the potential we see a rotational couplet, well, more of them develop, versus the line being due north-south. We're starting to see a kind of transition northwest-southeast. That kind of increases the low-level spin available for these thunderstorms, and that could end up causing the threat of a tornado to increase as these storms move into Wichita Falls. So, folks in Wichita Falls, hey, you know what? It's going to be okay. I want you to realize we have no confirmed reports of a tornado. We have some strong straight-line winds. No reason to panic. No reason to freak out. I don't think we have a big, bad, very mad tornado here, but we do have the potential for some wind damage out of this. And if a tornado comes down your street, it'll be a big deal. So, just give us about 15 to 20 minutes of your time. Lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. As we zoom out, you can see this line of storms extends now from near Burke-Burnett to a few miles southwest of Wichita Falls, down to just west of Scotland, to Archer City and Olney. These thunderstorms are moving east, east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. The potential for very strong winds, maybe a spin-up tornado, heavy rain that'll cause flooding, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning that'll make a big fuss, and maybe some quarter-size hail. I don't think we have a lot of big hail in this anymore. I think the hail threats come down with this line, but we do have additional storms back southwest of Seymour. Those seem to have more hail. And again, this is what the storms did back in Seymour earlier. This is the line that's moving into Wichita Falls. We've learned this truck driver was taken to the hospital, and we've got other damage reported around Seymour. We have winds of 106 miles an hour measured in Seymour earlier. So, again, that's the line of storms moving into Wichita Falls right now. I do think, based on the velocity signature, we can pin down a circulation again. That's going to be coming up to Clyde Morgan Road and just south of Highway 277. Eventually, we're going to be coming up to Sisk Road, about 3 miles west of Barnett Road, about 4 miles west of Turtle Creek Road, and I'm just putting some north-south roads on here for my own sanctity. So again, a possible tornado is located now about 3 miles east of Holiday, moving northeast, east-northeast towards Wichita Falls, especially south side. There's a possibility we could have a rain-wrapped tornado here, meaning those of you in Lakeside City, Wichita Falls, need to be in a safe place. Those of you on Sisk Road, Barnett Road, Turtle Creek Road, the Taft Boulevard area, we want you to be in a safe place. Southwest Parkway, same story. We want you to be in a safe place in case we have a spin-up tornado here. No reason to panic, no reason to freak out. We'll get you through it A-okay. You're already in much better shape if you're watching this and are aware of the threats. Even if we don't have a tornado here, we could have some pretty nasty winds up to 80 miles an hour coming in with this thunderstorm. So I'd expect to lose power. Could have some of your fences get blown down, maybe some power pole damage. So again, possible tornado is now located about 3 to 4 miles east of Holiday, moving east, northeast at 40 miles an hour towards Southwest Boulevard, Turtle Creek Road, the Taft Boulevard region, Barnett Road, and very shortly, Sisk Road. So those of you in those areas here on the southwest sides of Wichita Falls, go ahead and take your tornado safety precautions, and you'll be okay. And we'll get you through this A-okay. There's going to be a lot of wind, probably some hail. That hail, even if it's small, will make a lot of scary noises, but it's going to be okay. And heavy rain will probably have some flooding. But again, we have a tornado warning. for Wichita Falls, Lakeside City, and areas northeast of Holiday now until 8:30 p.m. A possible tornado is located about 3 to 4 miles east of Holiday, moving towards Lakeside City and south sides of Wichita Falls. This will include Highway 369, 2380. This will include Highway 79 from Lakeside City up into Wichita Falls. This includes Shepherd Air Force Base, includes Interstate 44 and Highway 287 in Wichita Falls down to Jolly. So be in a safe place. Pretty please and thank you, and we'll get you through it. If you're in your safe place, you're going to be A-OK. So it is 8:17 p.m. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. We're monitoring a severe thunderstorm capable of producing...
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Comanche, Cotton, and Tillman County in Oklahoma, Archer, Clay, and Wichita County in Texas.
The potential for a brief spin-up tornado and very strong straight-line winds. This possible spin-up tornado is about 4 miles east of Holiday, moving towards Lakeside City and Wichita Falls at 35 to 40 miles an hour. A second circulation is being indicated closer to Pleasant Valley, or near 2872, I believe, about a mile or two west of there, northwest side of Wichita Falls, moving towards Shepherd Air Force Base. We're seeing a lot of these spin-up circulations now here that could produce quick spin-up tornadoes in addition to some nasty, damaging straight-line winds. This line of storms extends all the way down Highway 281 to Scotland, Windthirst, back southwest to Olney. This line of storms is moving off to the east, east-northeast at 40 miles per hour. If the line of storms continues to attempt to kind of switch from a due north-south to more of a northwest-southeast orientation, we may see the potential for spin-up tornadoes increase markedly here in the next 10 minutes in Clay County, which would require a tornado warning for places like Jolly, Henrietta, Dick Worsham, to Bellevue, and eventually Ringgold. So heads up all of y'all. In fact, I'll switch to the magical super-duper radar, and you'll see circulation just northeast of Scotland, circulation near Windthirst, circulation southwest of Jolly. We have a circulation southwest side of Wichita Falls, circulation near Highway 287 just west of Interstate 44. All these are quick spin-up circulations that are capable of producing quick, brief spin-up tornadoes. So again, I don't want you to think we believe we have big, bad, very mad tornadoes down. It's very possible we could have a quick spin-up that's down for a couple of city blocks that lifts. It's possible we have a lot of straight-line winds, producing winds over 80 miles an hour. Either way, a lot of wind damage is possible. Nasty wind, nasty rain, flooding potential for sure. This line of storms is moving east-northeast at 35 to 40 miles per hour with the potential of damaging winds, heavy rain, spin-up tornadoes. So, those of you in Wichita Falls, well, stand by. We're about to get a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning for southwestern Cotton County in southwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Clay County in northern Texas, northeastern Wichita County in northern Texas. Until 08:45 p.m. CDT.
All right, that's going to be
0819 p.m. CDT. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles northeast of Burke-Burnett, moving east at 15 mph.
All right, we've got a tornado likely down just north of the Red River on Interstate 44, Highway 36 there in Oklahoma, moving towards Randlet. We likely have a tornado near Duvall, Oklahoma, also moving northeast. So we're clearly seeing a surge of tornadic circulations. Those are moving towards Cookietown, Oklahoma. So that tornado warning we just dealt with is going to be an Oklahoma problem. But those of you in Duvall, tornado just east of town. Randlet, you have a tornado coming up from your southwest. That'll approach the Loves there on I-44 and Highway 70, moving towards Randlet. That could eventually move towards Walters and Temple, Oklahoma. So that's circulation with those storms. Back down Clay County, we've got a weak circulation coming up to Highway 287 and Interstate 44. Potential for a spin-up tornado and or damaging straight-line winds, certainly possible with that activity. Farther south, we have the possibility of damaging straight-line winds moving into Wichita Falls. Good news is for those of you in Lakeside City, that circulation not as impressive looking now, but the potential certainly exists for damaging straight-line winds and a spin-up tornado. Please remain in your shelter if you're in Wichita Falls, Lakeside City. Burke-Burnett, you likely just got ransacked by very strong straight-line winds over 75 miles an hour. Possibility now of tornadoes moving up to Highway 70 there from Duval to Randlet and Interstate 44. Could impact the Loves there at 44 and 70. So please be in a safe place if you're up from Cookietown to Randlet, Oklahoma on Highway 277. Highway 70 from Duval to Randlet there in Cotton County, Oklahoma. Burke-Burnett, you're getting wind.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Baylor and Knox County in Texas.
And again, those of you, Wichita Falls, Lakeside City, no confirmed reports that we have a tornado down. We got a lot of wind. We got some indications of some quick spin-up tornadoes happening here. But you know what? It's going to be a-okay. We'll get through this. We're going to get through this in the next 10 minutes. And we'll be able to move on with your evening. Iowa Park, at this point, you will be done shortly with this, though there may be strong winds behind this storm. We do note there will be more storms overnight, and stand by a new tornado warning.
Tornado warning. Texas. Below 8:45 p.m. CDT. At 0821 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Lake Arrowhead, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour.
All right, so about 5 minutes ago, we talked about how we were seeing indications of some of these circulations spinning up farther south. And that's the case now. So the Weather Service has gone ahead and issued a tornado warning for Clay County. This is going to include Bellevue, Henrietta, Dick Worsham to west of Ringgold. At this point, we'd advise no travel on Highway 287 northwest of Bowie and pretty much all the way from Wichita Falls to Bowie. Dangerous thunderstorms producing hurricane force winds, possible spin-up tornadoes. So again, this is the which way the wind's blowing mode, and this just allows us to see these circulations a little more clearly. One circulation there southwest of Henrietta, one circulation there further southwest of Henrietta. Both are going to be moving east-northeast and will cross Highway 287 between Henrietta and Bellevue. I hope y'all enjoyed that inadvertent drawing. I promise I didn't do that on purpose, but, well, congratulations if you did. I'm sure there's going to be screenshots of that. But sometimes, well, Mama Nature's going to do what Mama Nature is going to do. So there, moving kind of like that to the east-northeast at about 40 miles per hour. This tornado warning includes places like Henrietta, Dick Worsham, Bellevue, moving towards Ringgold and Stoneburg in Montague County. So those of you in Montague County from Ringgold to Nocona, Stoneburg, I would be on guard and be ready for severe weather in your vicinity in the next hour. Hurricane force winds, 70 to 80 miles an hour, and the potential for brief spin-up tornadoes occurs with this, is occurring with these storms. Wichita Falls. The good news for y'all, I mean, look, there's strong winds moving into Wichita Falls. I can't necessarily nitpick out any indications of, like a bona fide tornado. But that doesn't mean we don't have a quick spin-up. That being said, I think you can tell by the demeanor of my voice, this is not one of those very uh-oh spaghetti-o moments where I'm going, holy moly guacamole, problem. That being said, a tornado warning remains in effect for Wichita Falls and Lakeside City for at least another 5 minutes. Stay in your safe place. Let's get this nasty old storm rolled through, and you can continue on with your evening activities. Thank you, Heather, for that very generous super chat. We really appreciate it. Chat, if you be kind, make sure you thank her for helping to support the team. All right, let's talk about where we have a possible tornado. We have a possible tornado now located about 8 miles southwest of Highway 82 and Highway 287 in the city of Henrietta. Other circulations continue down the line. So for all intent and purposes, boy, that is a nasty signature up here. This is north of Red River. Check out that. Boy, there's probably a tornado down a couple miles north of Red River right now, northeast of Highway 70 in Duval. Could have a tornado approaching the east sides of Randall at Oklahoma as well there on Highway 70. That'll be moving up Highway 5 Bravo up in parts of Cotton County, Oklahoma. So again, we're definitely seeing an uptick in tornadic activity now on the leading edge of the squall line, especially on the Oklahoma side of the Red River. But I'll tell you what, I don't like the fact these storms are becoming more cellular and independent. Let me show you what I mean. Hook there, hook there, hook there. Notice how we're starting to get hooks everywhere versus just a line. That is not going to help us here. That's going to increase the tornado threat marketably, significantly, considerably, notably. Pick your descriptor of the day, and it applies to this situation. Oh, yay. So again, that is what we have to deal with. And this line will continue moving east-northeast at about 30. And again, we have a new storms back Seymour to Throckmorton. This is a hailer. And this moving northeast. We're going to have storms behind this markedly. Thank you. This could be a hailer that'll cross 283 between Throckmorton and Seymour. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail. But we'll deal with this line of storms. Now, Wichita Falls, the good news is we have not heard anything out of there. You guys are getting poured on with heavy rain. You've got heavy wind, and clearly we've got tornado warnings out the wazoo right now, all the way from Bellevue to Henrietta to Wichita Falls to Burke Burnett to Randlett. Now, Burke Burnett, let me be clear, your threat of a tornado is over from this storm. You may still have strong winds, but your threat of a tornado is over. Iowa Park, same thing. Electra, same thing. You're going to have more storms tonight, though, and they could be severe. So those are
Tornado warning for southeastern Cotton County and southwestern Oklahoma, northwestern Clay County in northern Texas, east central Wichita County in northern Texas. Until 9 p.m. CDT. At 0827 p.m. CDT, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located near Dean, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
all right. So that is going to be a possible tornado now located just northeast of Wichita Falls on Highway 79. This is going to be moving up Highway 79 towards Dean, Petrolia, and Byers. We do now have a report of, in fact, there you can see it right there. We had a report of a spin-up tornado there in Wichita Falls about 5 minutes ago. Power flashes, some sheet metal blown around. But again, this is what could be a tornado now at North 77 Ranch.
Severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Archer, Clay, and Wichita County in Texas.
Laura, what is that? Laura Marie Road? Laura Mile Road? Laura May Road. And again, we're kind of playing the nitpick game here. It's like trying to pin the tail on the Baldy, and sometimes the Baldy is just over-caffeinated and moving around too quickly. So let's go ahead and see. Again, this is probably going to be a quick spin-up tornado now, just southwest of Dean, northeast side of Wichita Falls, about a 50 to 60 mile an hour couplet. So not super strong, but definitely indicative of what could be a quick spin-up tornado there. Wichita Falls, it's raining, it's pouring. I wish I was snoring, but no. The possible tornado threat, northeast side of Wichita Falls. Wichita Falls itself is getting wind now. We could have winds over 70 miles an hour up at Shepherd Air Force Base. We're going to find out shortly because they have an automated weather station there. So those of you in Dean, Petrolia, and Byers, Highway 79 going northeast out of Wichita Falls up to the Red River. You need to be in a safe place. That's going to be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. All right, so possible tornado now just northeast of Wichita Falls, moving up Highway 79 near Dean. Iowa Park is clear from this storm. You're going to have more storms later. Possible tornado now developing southwest of Henrietta by
Texas local storm report from Burke Burnett in Wichita County. gust magnitude estimated 70 miles.
So this possible tornado here, using the which way the wind's blowing mode, is about 6 miles southwest of Henrietta. This is going to be crossing Highway 2 or Highway 148, probably just south of Highway 287. This all is going to be crossing Highway 287 from Dick Worsham to Henrietta. Potential for a quick spin-up tornado along with 70 to 80 mile an hour winds. Either way, it's going to be a real nasty crosswind coming from the southwest that is probably going to blow over some commercial vehicles. We'd advise no travel at this time on Highway 287 between Bowie and Wichita Falls until this line of severe storms makes it through the region. Looking back at the how hard it's raining mode, you can see storms from Windthirst down to Olney. Those are moved closer to Bowie. We do expect this activity from Wichita Falls to Henrietta may impact Montague County from possibly the Nakona region west. At this point, it's starting to turn more to the northeast, which would take it across the Red River towards Ringling and Lone Grove, Oklahoma. But the southern extent down here may continue to produce strong winds and hail as it moves off to the northeast at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So again, as storms continue moving northeast at 30 to 40, we do want folks downstream to be in a safe place. Petrolia, Byers, Dean, Henrietta to Ringgold. You need to be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And we're going to keep you updated here. We got a report of very strong winds near Shepherd Air Force Base from one of our followers. I hope y'all are in a safe place. And yeah, it's unfortunately probably going to be the case. No wind measurement yet out of Shepherd Air Force Base, but I would not be shocked if we get a wind gust over 60 miles an hour. Those of you in Scottsland, you're clear. Lakeside City, you're clear. Iowa Park, you're clear. Wichita Falls, southwest of Interstate 44, you're clear. Southwest of Highway 287 from Wichita Falls to Jolly. Let's just say this. Wichita Falls, along and southwest of 287-44, you're clear. But I don't want folks from Jolly to Henrietta to Dick Worsham to think they're clear. They're not. This line of storms extends from northwest to southeast, so it's kind of a pain in the butt to communicate this. Looking back up into Randlett, Oklahoma, again, you can see circulations up here.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Arion, Sterling, and Tom Green County in Texas.
Winds over 75 miles an hour crossing over Highway 70 near Highway 5 Bravo, moving towards Temple, Oklahoma. You can see that warning up there. So those of you from Dean, Petrolia, Byers, please be in a safe place. That'll be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Shepherd Air Force Base, you're getting very strong straight line winds right now. I don't think you have a tornado near you, but I do think you have very strong straight line winds, and that could cause the equivalent damage of a weak tornado. So I'd stay in shelter. We're seeing winds probably near about 60 miles an hour just northeast of Shepherd Air Force Base now. That'll be riding up northeast towards the Red River. So everyone from Cashion Community to Wichita Falls up through Dean, Petrolia, Byers to the Red River expect strong winds, potentially 60 to 75 miles an hour. The potential for wind damage for sure. Okay, let's take a look back out. And again, what we're going to do here when the situation allows us is we'll take a look at the expected timing for storms heading into the overnight hours, and we'll get you on an updated timeline. But we are going to have multiple rounds of storms continue developing. In fact, we have a new storm that's developed back southwest of San Angelo, moving towards San Angelo now with hail. So we're going to have more storms developing this evening, all the way from the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, northeast into the big country, northwest Texas. You can see a little line segment here over Highway 163 west of Mertzon, moving northeast towards the city of San Angelo at 40 miles an hour. Radar thinks this storm has tennis ball size hail, and it might. So those of you in the San Angelo region of Tom Green County, you could have a severe storm dropping large hail in your city of San Angelo by 9:40 p.m. Central Time. Remain weather aware. Other thunderstorms are developing from Robert Lee north towards Sweetwater. Those could develop hail as well. All right, those of you in Henrietta need to be in a safe place. You are under a tornado warning. Those of you in Petrolia, Byers, need to be in a safe place. In fact, Henrietta, you got a problem. Henrietta, you could have a tornado moving into town the next few minutes. Look at that little kink right there. That is a line-embedded tornadic circulation if I ever saw one. So, Henrietta, you have a possible tornado about to move into town across Highway 287. This is going to be moving across Highway 287 near Highway 148 and Highway 82.
CDT. 0.35 peak CDT. Severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 6 miles southwest of Temple, moving northeast at 50 mph.
Okay, that's going to be an Oklahoma problem, so Texas, you don't need to worry about that. Henrietta, you need to be in a safe place. That's going to be lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That is going to be a tornadic circulation and or hurricane force winds about to move across Highway 287 near Henrietta. We're probably going to see commercial vehicles knocked over by a very strong crosswind. Wichita Falls. If you're in Wichita Falls, you're getting very strong winds, but you should be clear from any tornado threat. But again, it's still pouring, it's raining, it's still blowing. If you want to stay in shelter another 5 minutes, it won't hurt you. So those of you in Henrietta, again, the possibility of a tornado about to move across Highway 287 and Highway 82 in the city of Henrietta up here in portions of Clay County. I'll zoom back out. And you can see that little kink in the line right there is where we have a tornadic circulation. You can see here's the winds moving towards the radar at about 55 miles an hour. Winds moving away at about 40, so 100 mile an hour shear right there. Everybody in Henrietta, you're going to want to be in a safe place. Possible tornado is about to move into town. Wichita Falls, you've still got some very strong winds, heavy rain, but you should be clear. Possible tornadic circulation is now a mile north of Dean, moving up northeast towards the Red River and Petrolia. Petrolia, Byers, Highway 79, Highway 79, and Highway 79, all the way up through Petrolia and Byers. I'll show you that. There you go. You're going to want to be in a safe place. Circulation right there. And we've still got some strong winds being indicated in Wichita Falls and areas north of Wichita Falls. You can see we have tornadic circulations into Cotton County, Oklahoma, north of the Red River. That was the nasty tornado warning we sound a few minutes ago. Those of you downstream of this, you know, Jacksboro to Gainesville, you could be dealing with storms in the next few hours along the north of that line. Here we are in Henrietta. Again, if we got a tornado, it's likely about to roll into town. You can see very impressive little kink in that line right there, which is a good indication we have a tornado developing or in the process of developing. We have winds moving towards the radar still, about 60, moving away at about 40. And again, here's that kink in the radar we look at in these line situations. That's where we have a little extra convergence, where we're able to get a little extra spin right there, and that's moving into Henrietta as we speak. The radar image you're looking at is 2 minutes old. Stand by. We're going to get a new scan. That hook will likely be in Henrietta. These circulations don't typically last very long, but the potential exists for there to be a tornado right now in Henrietta, or at least some very strong damaging winds. We'll get the latest velocity scan here in just a second, and we'll be able to show you that. There you go, that velocity scan indicating some spin now moving into Henrietta. It's not a clear-cut indication that we have a tornado down, but we definitely have some nasty straight-line winds. We could have a tornado. Good news is, as we look out, we do not see any other indications of a tornado at this point. Farther south, you can see the scan coming on in. But we do have heavy rain, maybe some quarter-size hail and strong wind gust all the way back south, approaching Bellevue, back southwest of Highway 281 to Windthirst to Olney. And then we have a hailer north of Throckmorton and moving towards Megarall and Archer City. That, again, could have strong winds and hail. You're going to see a lightning show from storm chaser Adam Lucio. He's on the backside of these thunderstorms. But again, those of you in Henrietta, possible tornado near town right now. Please be in a safe place. That possible tornado will continue moving northeast towards Stanfield, Texas, passing west of Ringgold, Texas, towards Ryan, Oklahoma. Northwest we go.
Tornado warning for southwestern Jefferson County in southern Oklahoma, northeastern Clay County in northern Texas. Until 09:15 p.m. CDT. At 08:38 p.m. CDT, severe thunderstorms capable of producing both tornadoes and extensive straight-line wind damage were located near Henrietta, moving northeast at 35 miles per hour.
San Angelo could have a nasty hailstorm by 9:30 to 9:40 p.m. from the storm coming in from the southwest, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. Storm northeast of Wichita Falls now. Possible spin-up tornado is about 2 miles west of Petrolia, moving east-northeast towards Petrolia and Byers up Highway 79. Wichita Falls, you're clear. The tornado threat for Wichita Falls is ended, but you're likely getting some very strong winds here on the backside of this storm near the Flying J and the Loves out here, and the Pilot on the southeast side of Wichita Falls. No tornado, but some strong straight-line winds. I'm not worried about a tornado threat in San Angelo right now. We'll keep an eye on it. Wichita Falls, you're clear from this storm. You will have more storms that could be severe overnight. Line of severe storms extending from Petrolia to Henrietta to west of Bellevue to northwest of Jacksboro is moving east-northeast at 45 miles an hour. The potential for damaging straight-line winds, large hail, maybe quarter to ping-pong balls, and spit-up tornadoes. We have a tornado warning for Petrolia and Byers up in northeastern Clay County, northeast of Wichita Falls. We have a new tornado warning coming out now. This is going to be for the Henrietta storm. Stand by for the very angry uh-oh spaghetti-o voice sound of doom. Oh, it's a good time for my phone to install an update. Why not? Dean needs to be remaining in a safe place. Circulation is northeast of Dean, no, but you've got strong winds, heavy rain. Possible tornado is now located several miles northeast of Dean near Petrolia, moving towards Byers. All right, let me check. I'm going to check on this storm approaching Bellevue from the... Yeah, there might be a little circulation southwest of Bellevue. The only reason I say that is I'm looking at this little appendage right here. And sometimes you can see spin-ups on the leading edge of that circulation, but damaging straight-line winds for sure possible here in Bellevue to Bowie over the next 30 minutes. Otherwise, possible spin-up tornado near Petrolia, moving towards Byers, and then towards Waurika, Oklahoma. Possible spin-up tornado near Henrietta right now. That's going to be moving northeast towards Turrell and Ryan, Oklahoma, up here in portions of Wichita County. In fact, you can see that very strong circulation in Henrietta right now. That's not good news. We don't see a tornado debris signature, but again, winds of 50 moving against about 45, so the potential for a tornado in Henrietta right now with a pretty strong circulation moving northeast towards northeastern parts of Clay County. So we have a nasty line of storms. Wichita Falls up to Petrolia, Byers. We've got more heavy rain storms over Henrietta. That extends down Highway 148 towards, for all intent and purposes, now northwest of Jacksboro. I don't know if the Duval Casino's okay. Had a tornado signature there a little while ago. We can see I-44 coming up. Where's that toll plaza? It's still a couple miles south of Toll Plaza, but we're seeing winds of near 90 miles an hour approaching Highway 5 Alpha and I-44 west of Temple, southwest of Walters. So that's a nasty signature up there. To those asking if I've remained hydrated, yes. I ate lunch at about... I had a late lunch, so I am good. Sheppard Air Force Base did record a wind gust of 71 miles an hour. So Wichita Falls, Sheppard Air Force Base did record a 71 mile per hour wind gust earlier. The tornado warning for Wichita Falls has expired. Those of you in Wichita Falls, you're clear. So Wichita Falls, Holiday, Iowa Park, you're clear. But there will be more rowdy thunderstorms overnight. Let's go ahead and we're going to take a quick look. I want to make sure we're not missing anything.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Throckmorton County, Texas.
So let's take a look at what we have going on right now. And folks, much as I'd love to, I just cannot answer dozens to hundreds of comments, questions, asking, is my town going to get hit? The fact is, if we're talking about your community, you've got a problem. If I'm not talking about your community, you're probably okay. If you want to track where we have storms and warnings, you can do that on the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, or you download apps to your device. You can watch this live coverage, track the storms with our free interactive weather radar, and get your local weather forecast. We've also got a free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. So here's where we are over the last couple of hours. We've got thunderstorms capable of producing hail now. That'll be entering San Angelo by probably 9:30 to 9:40 p.m. Strong winds with that. We're going to see new storms develop over the next several hours in the Permian Basin, the Big Country, northwest Texas, west central Texas, with the potential of hail, strong winds. There may be a little bit of a tornado threat. Flash flooding is going to be a big issue going into the night and early Wednesday morning. This complex of storms moving across western Texoma. I'm going to draw a line. You can see this is probably going to be an issue along and north of Highway 380, from Graham to Decatur to Denton, northeast to Sherman. So this should stay north, along and north of Highway 380, up into southern Oklahoma. The potential for spin-up tornadoes, hail, and 60 to 100 mile an hour straight line winds. Not all storms are going to be doing that. Not all storms are going to be producing hail and tornadoes. The hail sizes have really come down, thankfully. Earlier we were talking softball to DVD size hail with 4 to 5 inch hail. Now we've got a big old nasty complex of storms here, and these are producing a lot of hurricane force winds, wind damage, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain. We're going to have a lot of power outages out here. We're probably going to have a lot of trees down, a lot of power pole damage, etc. And the potential for some spin-up tornadoes with this. We do note the new storms developing back from Haskell to Seymour, those do have a hail threat. And we actually, Throckmorton storm, I will admit, has my interest. It's moving due east. And that could be a hail threat for Newcastle, Olney, Jean, and Loving up in portions of Young County here. That's going to be your severe thunderstorm warning for those storms moving in from the west. So let me go ahead, and while we have an opportunity, I am going to show you the high-res rapid refresh model. So we're going to zoom out. I'm going to show you this model through early tomorrow morning. And yeah, I'm playing all sorts of colors, sorry. Give me just a second, we'll do that. We're going to load the data from 9 p.m., actually 10 p.m. through tomorrow afternoon. This is going to take a second to load. No, Gainesville is not safe. You may have storms in the next 2 hours. So this is what the HER model shows. You can see, if you thought you were done in West Texas, the Permian Basin, Northwest Texas, the Big Country tonight, no sorry, Bob. You're not done. You're going to break. You're going to have even more storms tonight. You're going to have more storms than you did earlier today. Check out that nasty cluster of storms moving across West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Country, Northwest Texas tonight into tomorrow morning. Strongest of those will have hail, strong winds, there may be a few tornadoes, and very heavy rain that will cause flooding. Notice that is going to move over a lot of the same areas that got hit with hail and wind earlier. So flooding, more hail, more wind. So expect a lot more storms overnight, which means we'll likely have a new severe weather watch issued overnight for West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, Northwest Texas, and we're going to have a lot more rain. So for those of you wondering what is going on, tonight, here you go. DFW, for all intended purposes, you may not actually have to deal with storms until late tomorrow morning. Now, here's where we have a problem. I'm going to stop this at 1 p.m. tomorrow. Notice how we're seeing new severe supercells developing by early tomorrow afternoon in North Texas? Yeah, here's a hint. We're going to have a big problem. We could be dealing with a tornado threat here with these storms developing by 1 p.m. in North Texas. That would include DFW, by the way. So those of you wondering, tomorrow, DFW, Northeast Texas, we got a problem. Be ready to... We're going to be doing tornado coverage, probably starting at noon to 1 p.m. tomorrow through the afternoon and evening, and it could be a busy day. So just remain weather aware and understand this would be a great time to make sure you're subscribed to Texas Storm Chasers and Texas Weather Center on YouTube. Have our free mobile app so you get notified when we do live severe weather coverage, because tomorrow has the potential to be a dangerous day. North Texas, Northeast Texas, including DFW, with some pretty intense storms capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes. Oh, and flooding, because someone may get over half a foot of rain. Oops, that's not what I wanted to press. So let's go back. Holy mother of mercy, let's never do that again. Happy birthday. I'm just trying to get this thing to load. All right, we're going to reset that program real quick. Okay, folks on Facebook, guess what? I'm about to put people in timeout. Henrietta, you're clear. Henrietta's clear. Jolly's clear. Wichita Falls is clear. Iowa Park's clear. Cache and Community is clear. Ringgold, you're not clear. Steinfeld, you're not clear. Petrolia and Byers, you're not clear. Though I don't see a super strong signature near you right now. You've got heavy rain. All right. Let's switch back to the radar here. And what we're going to do is I'm going to look at the statewide view. Yes, I know the satellite's on. Give me a second. Whew. We'll turn that radar on. We'll turn the satellite off. And what I want you to see is we're going to have a lot more storms developing out here tonight. And folks, if you're wondering where storms are right now or headed, download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We've got radar there, live coverage. You can track the storms, get your local weather forecast. If you want to use a browser, texasstormchasers.com/radar, you can keep an eye on the sky. Southeastern half of Texas, I'm really not that worried tonight. Now, let me pull up and do some analysis here. And the good news is, if I'm not talking about you, that's usually a good omen. You're fine for now. All right, I'm going to come over here real quick. And Daddy Dave is coming into this Facebook chat, and Daddy Dave is about to do some timeouts. Because I see chats, or I see spam. All right, let's press some buttons. And real quick, actually, you know what? Let's do this. Real quick, what did I miss? All right. So, I'm going to put a link in all the chats if you're wondering about the forecast tonight into tomorrow morning. Posted a forecast earlier today that will cover that. I just had to find the right window. All right, so and yes, the storm northeast Throckmorton is quite intense near Elbert. That's moving towards Olney. That could have tennis ball size hail or larger as it intensifies. I'm actually pulling up some weather station data. The question my chasers and I have is that storm what we call elevated or surface based? That would dictate the extent of a tornado potential. It's about, what is that, 65 in Throckmorton. So that storm is probably what we call a bit elevated, but boy, is it close.
Yeah, fun fact. I had my first.
Right. So yeah, that storm near northeast of Throckmorton's pretty nasty looking. We have a severe storm moving towards San Angelo as well. That'll get there by about 9:30 to 9:30 to 9:40. That could have quarter to ping pong ball size hail, wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Let's go back, take a look at the high res radar. Oh, and folks on YouTube, if you keep asking about your specific cities, I'm just going to start not answering questions. They're super chats. I think it's what a lot of the other streamers do. Maybe that's what I need to do. But we definitely have a free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and we have an amazing mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. Petroleum buyers. I think petroleum buyers, you're probably clear. You're technically under a tornado warning for another 2 minutes, but you're clear. Do have a circulation northeast of Henrietta, still moving towards Ryan, Oklahoma, in northern parts of Clay County, northeastern Clay County. Some strong winds, some very heavy rain. You're probably clear, though. If, yeah, Henrietta, Petrolia, Byers, Dean, you're clear. Pretty nasty storm about to move into Ringgold with heavy rain, strong winds. We got some strong winds in Bellevue as well. And we just had a severe thunderstorm warning continues for Montague and Cook counties. Places like Nocona, St. Joe, Montague, Bowie, Fruitland, you've got some strong winds, heavy rain, and hail. So Bowie, Nocona, St. Joe, Munster, some strong winds, quarter-size hail, heavy rain.
A new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Archer and Baylor County in Texas.
We thank everybody who's been joining us today. We've got a lot of folks on Facebook. We got a lot of folks on YouTube. Oh, let's not have that. Stop it. Hi. We have a flash flood warning that continues through midnight for Wichita Falls, Holiday, Iowa Park, Burnett, Electra, Petrolia, Shepherd Air Force Base, Cookietown, Dean, Byers, Jolly, 287 from Electra to Henrietta, I-44 from Wichita Falls to Burke Burnett, Holiday from, 277 from Holiday through Wichita Falls, and many of you probably just got a report of a flash flood warning in those areas. So we've got some flooding reported in Wichita Falls. All right, so again, we have a tornado warning that continues for northeastern Clay County. Okay, that's enough. Until 9:15 p.m. This does not include Henrietta. Henrietta, you're clear from this. Definitely still is a pretty good indication of a possible tornado up here in northeastern sections of Clay County. Let me see if we can't get a couple roads on here. It's a pretty rural area before it hits the Red River, which I might add is going to be flooding over the next week, so don't plan on going down there. This is going to be crossing Jim Maddox Road, west or near the Red River, Zachary Lane. This is well north of Highway 82. This is, at this point, probably a good 8 miles north of Highway 82. North and west of Highway 81, moving towards Ryan, Oklahoma. And again, that is the which way the wind's blowing mode. You got winds moving towards the radar at about 50, winds moving away about 20. So not a super strong circulation, but probably enough to mix down some very strong winds. We are going to see storms cross I-35 probably well north of Denton, but Gainesville, north into Oklahoma tonight, most likely. We are going to need to keep an eye on this storm northeast of Throckmorton. Someone asked about this earlier. This is a pretty nasty-looking storm. This storm could have at least quarter-size hail. It may have hail that is larger than that, maybe closer to golf balls. And this will be moving towards Olney by 9:30 p.m., moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. This will cross 281 in about an hour, 10 minutes, so 10:10 p.m. near Windthirst, northwest of Jacksboro. And we do have additional storms developing with a hail threat from Monday to Rochester, and then from Anson to Albany. And then we'll look at the storm down near San Angelo. And this storm near San Angelo is going to be moving east at about 40. There could be quarter-size hail with this, along with winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. We are going to be doing tornado coverage in North Texas and Northeast Texas tomorrow afternoon, I think. It's going to start early, probably 12 to 1 p.m. And the potential will exist for supercells with the threat of tornadoes, big hail, strong winds. So make sure you've hit that subscribe button on the Texas Storm Chasers, Texas Weather Center YouTube channels. We'll be streaming on both. We'll be streaming live on Facebook as well when we have tornado warnings. But again, we'll probably be starting live coverage early tomorrow by 12 or 1 p.m. Those of you from Olney up to Windthirst, you're going to be getting this storm. Could have some pretty good hail with it. Could be quarter to golf balls as it moves northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. Denton, I mean, you're fine for now, but I can't say you're not going to have storms overnight. I'm going to stand up. So here's what we have. We have a single tornado warning until 9:15 for northeastern Clay County. That storm's almost in Oklahoma. We're going to be left with severe thunderstorm warnings, and make no mistake, we're going to have a lot of them tonight across the Big Country, West Texas, the Permian Basin, the Concho Valley, Northwest Texas. We're going to have a lot of storms develop over the next 3 hours from Lubbock to Midland, Odessa. Those are going to move northeast across areas that got hit earlier today with a lot of wind, a lot of hail, a lot of flooding rains, a lot of lightning, maybe a few tornado warnings. I honestly haven't had a chance to look at the recent data yet. Let me look real quick. But now, we're going to have more storms with hail and wind overnight, and we're going to have a tornado threat. We could have a few tornadoes late tonight into early Wednesday morning, the Permian Basin, the Big Country. So we're going to need to be on guard for that as well. And we're going to be here for it. If we're doing tornado coverage at 2 in the morning, so be it. Who needs sleep anyway? Why do you think I'm 33 and bald? Oh, is that tornado warning gone yet? But the good news is those of you in northeastern Clay County, the threat of a tornado almost gone as that storm is about to move into Oklahoma. Storms continue in northwestern North Texas, generally now north of a line from, Jacksboro to Bowie, and that'll be translating over to Gainesville. Henrietta, you're clear. You could have more storms tomorrow morning with hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and flooding. And yeah, so let's go ahead and do this. I'll just show you the high-res rapid refresh model again, and I should be able to show you through tomorrow afternoon at this point. So I'm going to clear all this data. We're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model. And for those of you who want to, we will have a detailed weather video out tomorrow morning. Graphics, all that with the latest forecast for North Texas, Northeast Texas, DFW tomorrow afternoon. But I suspect we're going to be doing tornado coverage probably by 1 p.m. So let's take a look. And I'm just going to load this from 10 p.m. through tomorrow evening. And I'm going to let the data load for a minute. And again, this is just going to be a glance of what we expect. It may not be accurate. Thank you for that generous donation, Texas Carter. Appreciate it. Appreciate all y'all who have headed over the Texas Storm Chasers store, bought some merch. We got bumper stickers, shirts. In fact, I need to ship out stickers tonight. The cell west of Olney is producing hail. So those of you in Olney, expect some hail from that here in the next 30 minutes. So here's data overnight into tomorrow morning. Storms northwest Texas, the big country. Guess what? We're going to be busy tomorrow afternoon and evening. North Texas, northeast Texas, with the possibility of the strongest storms producing baseball-sized hail, damaging winds over 70 miles an hour, and a few tornadoes. Notice that does impact the DFW Metroplex early tomorrow afternoon. Hail, wind, maybe a few tornadoes. That moves into northeast Texas late afternoon. Guess what? Not done. Crashy the cool front moves in Wednesday night with a line of severe storms, producing strong winds, heavy rain, maybe some hail. And that line's going to move southeast towards central Texas, the Brazos Valley, and east Texas Wednesday night to Thursday morning with strong winds, hail, maybe a few spin-up tornadoes. But again, DFW, if all goes well and this cluster stays to your northwest, you're going to be mostly okay through noon tomorrow. There may be some showers, though, especially northwest sides of the metro, maybe some storms, and then the threat for severe storms goes up pretty quick after noon and through the afternoon and evening hours. All right. So, let me see. The tornado warnings for Texas have expired. We have no tornado warnings in Texas. Real quick, let me take a look. We'll look up here in Oklahoma for a minute. All right, so here's the look around Duncan. I don't know why the radar hasn't loaded yet. So again, we do have strong storms approaching Duncan. A possible tornado is about 5 miles west of Duncan, moving north towards Highway 7 and Marlow. So that's the Duncan. We'll have new severe thunderstorm watches issued a bit later for the Big Country in the Concho Valley, the Permian Basin, West Texas. The ongoing severe thunderstorm watch is through 11 p.m. No reason to issue a new watch yet. So here is what we're going to do. If we typically stream live for tornado warnings on Facebook, but with no tornado warnings left on Facebook, we're going to go ahead and turn the Facebook stream off. You are welcome to head over to YouTube to join us. You can just head to our website, TexasStormChasers.com. You can head to the Texas Storm Chasers free mobile app. But if you're watching us on YouTube, we're going to go ahead and turn that off for now. I'll put a link in here so y'all can watch us. Give me just a second. I'll give you a direct link. YouTube, we're not going anywhere. So again, if you are on Facebook, we just posted the link there. You'll be able to continue watching our live coverage. If we have any new tornado warnings, we'll be back on Facebook. But for now, we're going to return to our magical homeland known as YouTube, the Texas Storm Chasers website, and the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. So Facebook, head on over to us on YouTube, the Texas Storm Chasers website, or the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app to join us. If we have tornado warnings, we'll be back on Facebook. But for now, we return to our magical homeland of YouTube. And we'll give just a second. All right, YouTube. Hello, hello. It's a brand new day. Now that we've calmed down just a little bit, let's continue talking about what's going on. And the reason we don't stay on Facebook for coverage outside of tornado warnings is it's, well, frankly, Facebook's much more difficult to deal with. And we're trying to build a community here on on YouTube. So I'll say this, that may have encouraged the storm east of Bellevue to spin up a little, unfortunately. We are starting to see a little indication of increasing rotation with the storm near northeast of Bellevue, moving up towards Nocona, St. Joe. We'll have to keep a close eye on that. And if you would like to track these storms, you could do so the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app with a radar, but we'd really love you if you'd hit that like button on the YouTube video. Check us out, hit the subscribe button if you want to be notified about new videos, new coverage. But again, this is going to be a severe thunderstorm up here in Montague County, northwest of Bowie, here on Highway 81, moving northeast towards Nocona, Bonita, and eventually up towards the Red River, a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging winds of probably 60 to 70 miles an hour. Seeing a pretty good pocket of that now northeast of 287 coming up to Highway 81, and that's going to be doing some wind damage as it moves up northeast towards Ringgold, Nocona, and Highway 82, and then communities up onto the Red River.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Caddo, Comanche, Cotton, Garvin, Grady, Jefferson, McLean, and Stevens County in Oklahoma. Clay County in Texas.
Okay, don't know why we needed to issue a flash flood warning going all the way from almost Oklahoma City to the Red River, but whatever floats the boat. You want me to help you go to bed? Yeah, in a minute. All right, so those of you in Nocona, heads up. Now, we got this thing coming into Olney. That thing's a pretty nasty-looking hailer. We'll switch to the Dias radar for that. We'll get a good look. And you can see, those of you in Olney, this storm's heading your way. Yeah, it's got a bit of a hook, but I don't think it's a tornado risk at the moment. The potential for some nasty hail Could be, golf ball size hail, strong winds over 60 miles an hour. And again, that's moving into the Olney vicinity over the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that, it could be approaching Windthirst, Highway 281 in southern Archer County by 10:15 p.m. So we're going to need to watch that storm carefully. And we're going to have more storms overnight with a risk of hail, heavy rain, and flooding in the Big Country, the Permian Basin, etc. So what we're going to do is, since I have not had a break here in a while, we're going to take about a 15-minute break. I'll be back sooner if necessary. The stream's not going anywhere. You're just going to get to enjoy some music, watch the radar, and we'll be back here at 9:30 p.m. with your next severe weather update, unless we have something develop beforehand, in which case we'll be right back. So, again, going to eat some quick food, and we'll be back here in about 13 minutes with continuing severe weather coverage. Hello, hello. It's not a new day. It's just Baldy-in-Chief saying hello today. Good news, I have cheese sticks. Life is okay. I even have some liquid IV to help me, well, not die. Turns out when all you drink is Celsius for a few hours when you go visit the little boy's room, it's not a pleasant experience. The potential for thunderstorms in Montague County to produce 70-mile-an-hour winds is increasing. So let's go ahead and go over what we have. Good news is those storms approaching San Angelo have weakened, so the severe thunderstorm warning has been allowed to expire for those storms. San Angelo, you're still going to have storms nearby, but the threat of significant issues from that is decreasing for now. We are beginning to see our next round of storms fire up in the Permian Basin. We're going to see a lot more develop overnight into the Permian Basin and the Big Country. Up here in northwest Texas, western North Texas, you can see southern edge of this bow echo, this nasty line of storms as it has evolved, extends from near Nocona to Bowie, Bellevue. Back west to Windthorst, Archer City, Olney, Throckmorton, Benjamin. These storms are on the tail end of what has become a nasty cluster moving across southern and central Oklahoma, flooding out Oklahoma City, per usual. Southern Oklahoma is about to get flooded out, per usual. And these storms are producing nasty wind and a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. We'll go ahead and switch to the high-res radar here. So you can see pretty nasty thunderstorms producing heavy rain, maybe some dime to quarter size hail, very strong winds, pretty good wind signature north of Bowie, north of the Bowie Airport, or the Montague Regional Airport, and moving up towards Belcherville, Nocona, Bonita. Nasty little line of storms with that. That's moving northeast at about 30 miles an hour. The potential for wind gust up to 70 miles an hour. Could also have some quarter-size hail. Hail sizes have really come down since earlier today, thankfully, with the ongoing storms, though I suspect some of the overnight storms will reintroduce the threat of some particularly unpleasant hail, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. Otherwise, those of you from Bowie to Nocona, St. Joe, there is a flash flood warning in effect. Expect flooding with this activity. So, places like Nocona, Montague, Belcherville, Bonita, Stoneburg, Ringgold, Spanish Fort, Caps Corner, and Illinois Bend, there will be nasty flooding overnight. Additional storms coming in from the southwest all the way back to Archer City could exacerbate that. So again, flooding is going to be a problem going into Wednesday morning up here in Montague County and in these areas. Storms all the way back towards Bellevue, Olney, Throckmorton. We even have some storms now going up near Hawley in the Big Country. And again, all these are going to be capable of producing hail, damaging winds, and flooding. So let's take a look at what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing overnight into Wednesday morning. And I'll just go ahead and show you, in fact, what it shows tonight into Wednesday afternoon at this point. So as y'all can see, we do have a cluster of storms that will develop overnight, late tonight, into early Wednesday morning, West Texas, the Permian Basin. That will move northeast across northwest Texas, west central Texas, into Texoma Wednesday morning. Anywhere from Lubbock to Midland, all the way up through Abilene, Wichita Falls, expect thunderstorms overnight into tomorrow morning. The most intense storms may produce large hail, damaging winds. A few tornadoes are possible, especially in the Permian Basin, and heavy rain with flooding. That activity will push an outflow boundary or a rain-cooled line into the Metroplex late tomorrow morning towards lunchtime. That is going to help fire off new storms after lunchtime in North Texas in an environment that looks like, unfortunately, it will be supportive of severe weather. That includes the possibility of large hail, damaging winds, and even a few tornadoes.
A new flash flood warning has been issued for Archer and Clay County in Texas.
So we're going to have to be mindful of that. We could be dealing with tornadoes in North Texas and Northeast Texas tomorrow afternoon after noon, 1 p.m. through the late afternoon. Those thunderstorms, supercells, will move east-northeast into eastern North Texas and Northeast Texas late tomorrow afternoon through dinner time. A line of storms will develop along a southward moving cold front from roughly Texoma, Northwest Texas, the Red River south. That'll move through DFW tomorrow evening, and then eventually across North Texas into the Brazos Valley and Central Texas Wednesday night and Thursday morning. Some of those storms are going to have heavy rain with flooding, strong wind gusts, damaging winds, the potential for some hail. We note, actually, we even have a couple storms right now, a few showers developing in Northeast Texas in the Arklatex around Texarkana. I'll show you that. And this is just part of the process of warm air advection. Warm, unstable, moist air moving north. So we've got a couple showers and storms. These are not severe. They are not expected to be severe. They've got lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning, and some heavy rain moving off to the north. So they'll move north-northwest, maybe some small hail. It's pouring in Texarkana right now, about to pour all the way west on I-30 from Maud to Boston. That'll move up north. And we've got some other activity all the way down Highway 8 to Linden. Again, these are just showers and a few storms moving off north. And then what we continue to monitor here are severe thunderstorms across Montague County, back into portions of Clay County, Archer County, and Young County. These storms are not tornadic, meaning they do not have a tornado risk. They are producing some heavy rain and flooding. Flooding is going to be a big issue. A lot of roads out here are going to be flooded tonight. Streams are going to rise rapidly. We could have some very strong winds approaching Nakona and Montague right now. That'll move north of Highway 82 in the next 20 minutes with maybe some strong winds moving towards St. Joe as well. There at the intersection of 82 and 59. We have some storms extending back west to Bellevue, where we're going to have flooding, and then all the way back to near Archer City and Olney. Those storms moving northeast. Notice we're kind of starting to get these storms like a train on a track. They're moving over the same areas. That's going to exacerbate rain totals and what could become more serious, life-threatening flooding over the next couple of hours as these storms just continue to move over the same locations. So we're going to need to be very mindful of that. Flooding, maybe some pocket change size hail, strong wind gusts, 60 to 70 miles an hour at times. And then we're going to have more storms that develop overnight in the Big Country, West Texas, and the Permian Basin. So what we're going to do now is we're going to take a 10-minute break. And we'll be back here in 10 minutes with your next severe weather update, sooner if necessary, here on the Texas Storm Chasers. right, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy-in-Chief David Reimer. It is 9:50 p.m. here on the 29th of April, 2025. We're monitoring a few severe storms in parts of northwest Texas, Texoma region, extending from Nocona and Montague back southwest towards Bellevue and north of Olney to near Windthorst and Scotland. These storms by far are much more tame compared to the intense supercells we were dealing with earlier today, but still remain capable of producing some nasty, damaging straight-line winds and maybe some dime to nickel size hail. We do note that there is the potential for maybe some 70-mile-an-hour winds from Nocona to Bonita to St. Joe over the next 10 to 15 minutes, and then that storm is going to make its way east along Highway 82 towards Munster and Marysville. I do think it is weakening, though, a bit slowly. We've got some slightly more intense storms back in western portions of the risk area. Go ahead and switch back to the high-res radar. And this activity extends from south of Archer City to Bellevue. Now, we're going to keep watching this cell near Archer City, but I think it's in the rain-cooled air, which is why we're not more concerned about a tornado threat with this. It is worth noting we have a few showers in northeast Texas that are moving north with maybe a few lightning strikes. That activity is not expected to become severe, so it's bonus rain. We do have some scattered thunderstorms beginning to develop here in the big country. North to San Angelo is a storm that was severe earlier at weekend. We've got some showers and storms just northeast of Anson, south of Abilene. That activity is moving northeast, storm northeast of Throckmorton, and then back into the Permian Basin. But for now, we may be entering our lull period before things get active again after midnight. And to show you what I mean, let's show you the high-resolution rapid refresh model. So I'm going to change some buttons here, and then I'll load the animation and we'll talk you through this. And as this animation loads, you can see we're expecting quite a complex of thunderstorms to develop around midnight to 2 a.m. in the Panhandle, West Texas, and the Permian Basin. That activity is going to move east into the big country, northwest Texas, Texoma, tomorrow morning, and continue probably, honestly, through lunchtime. Eventually, we're going to see a line of thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon, either scattered severe storms or line, develop in North Texas, including the DFW Metroplex, into southern North Texas. That activity will move into northeast Texas tomorrow afternoon. Tonight's storms after midnight through sunrise tomorrow, the most intense storms are probably going to be in West Texas and especially the Permian Basin. The Permian Basin didn't really deal with storms earlier today, so they're still quite unstable. The strongest storms in the Permian Basin later tonight could produce very large hail. Now, honestly, we might see some baseball-size hail at 2 in the morning in places like Midland, Odessa. It may be as soon as midnight. I hope it's not baseballs, but it could be. Some very strong winds, and, the tornado threat isn't going to be zero. Hopefully we can keep it very low, but there is some chance we're dealing with tornado warnings early tomorrow morning in the Permian Basin, which would be a pretty good time to have our weather call service. Yours truly will give you a phone call and let you know, hey, you're in a tornado warning, wake up. You can find information about that in the video description. But activity will move into the big country, northwest Texas, pre-dawn hours tomorrow. The potential for the strongest storms producing hail, strong winds, a lot of lightning, very heavy rain with a threat of flooding overnight. West Texas, northwest Texas. We've already had a lot of rain, and guess what? More is on the way. That'll cause flooding, street flooding, stream flooding, river flooding. Storms again, western North Texas, Texoma tomorrow morning. It's possible DFW doesn't really have to deal with storms until late tomorrow morning. It's also possible the model's wrong and storms are just going to roll in around 9 a.m. anyway. But as we get into tomorrow afternoon, we do expect an uptick in the severe weather threat. with the most intense storms in North Texas, Northeast Texas from, let's just say, lunchtime, noon, 1 p.m. through 8 p.m. Strongest storms could produce very large hail, damaging winds, and maybe a few tornadoes. Going into tomorrow evening, a line of storms is expected to form along the southeastward moving cool front that will move into North Texas, Texoma, Northeast Texas. Line of storms move south into East Texas, Central Texas, the Brazos Valley tomorrow night and Thursday morning, with some of those storms producing heavy rain, hail, and a threat of flooding. So that is what the overall expectation is. But the good news is, for now, we have no tornado warnings. We have no, softballs or 80-mile-an-hour winds. We have, hopefully we'll get a little break, though we are probably going to keep dealing with storms over the next few hours in western North Texas, northwest Texas, and Texoma, before we see a significant uptick in thunderstorm activity going into the pre-dawn hours, midnight to 6 a.m. in the Permian Basin, West Texas, moving into the big country, northwest Texas and Texoma. So, with that in mind, we're going to keep an eye on things, but we're going to go ahead and stop continuous coverage here for a few hours. I wouldn't be shocked if we're having to do it again tomorrow morning, but for now, what we're going to do is we're going to switch y'all over to our 24/7 Texas Weather Center live stream. It's the same music you've been listening to during breaks, same radar data. It's just on 24/7. So it's statewide, so we'll let y'all listen in on that. And if we have any new tornado warnings tomorrow morning, we'll do our best to be back. I may or may not be passed out. We'll see. I'll be honest. I'll try to have a way to wake up. Otherwise, we'll keep an eye on the sky, and you can do the same with the free Texas Storm Chasers interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar, and of course by viewing the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. So with that, we'll be keeping an eye on the sky here, and we hope you'll join us for our morning edition of the Texas Weather Roundup into tomorrow morning. So again, thanks for watching. We'll keep an eye on the sky overnight. We'll be here. Join us over on the website, texasstormchasers.com, for the latest, and in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. With that being said, y'all have a good evening. Thank you for joining us today. We appreciate all your support. We appreciate our amazing moderators. And we appreciate all our members here on the Texas Weather Center and Texas Storm Chasers YouTube channels that help us bring you this life-saving weather coverage. Have a good night. We'll keep an eye on the sky. God bless.